Hello, dear. Let me. I'll be here.
Need something? All right.
Deadly weapons, agile armor. Strike true.
Everything you need to control the elements. That should work. I see a discount in your future. Sure.
Found everything you need? Show them hell!
Pretty sure I was talking to myself again. But maybe not. Who knows? I don't know. Nobody knows. Oh, is this the one where I'm supposed to... Okay, this is the one. So I actually need to go back. I need to drop basically everything here. None of this is actually worth anything. I'm going to get rid of all this iron, get rid of all this cloth, get rid of all this. Put this in here. Equip, throw away, sort. And we're just going to go fill up our inventory with stone so that we can make as much money as possible super early on. And get ourselves into a good position. We're obviously not the only one doing this. It is going to take some time, but it is absolutely worth it. We look at the estimated value of this, right? I've only picked up 11, and it's already saying it's worth 1,000 gold or 1,000 silver. That's a pretty huge boost. For a fresh character. That's interesting. Oh, I don't have a stone. That's why. That's fine. I don't really need one. Stuff's pretty easy to pick up. I was about to say, why is everybody else swinging their stone hammer? And I'm not. Yeah, this is easily going to get us, 30 or 40,000 silver to get started with buying our equipment. And that's just too much to pass up. Having 30 or 40,000 silver when normally I was maybe going to start with, 3 or 4,000 silver. That's just a huge boon at the start. Oh, is my network dropping frames now? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, dude. Well, that's really cool. Okay, it looks like maybe it stopped. We'll see. The world just does not want me to be streaming right now. I've been having such a hard time for the last couple of days getting things set up and working properly. I haven't really changed anything about how my game or how my stream is set up. I haven't added anything really new to it. I don't know. Things are just getting wonky on me. I am unhappy about it. Nope, doesn't appear like the problem is solving. I assume it's all the rain. My internet service provider can't seem to handle rain. And it's been raining for like 2 days straight here. But still, this is ridiculous. Can't be dropping 4% of my frames because of network lag. That's not a good stream. I don't want to play this game if I'm not going to be on stream. I don't want to play anything if I'm not going to be on stream. Okay, well, that's probably going to be the end of it today. If we're going to be dropping 5% of my frames, that's going to make for a really crap viewing experience, which just isn't going to help trying to bring in new viewers. People are just going to see that and say, oh, well, that's not fun at all to watch, and leave, so that's not of any value. Let's go check it. I don't know. I mean, I guess everything looks fun. No, no, it doesn't. I don't know what's going on. Should I just keep muscling through? Maybe everything will work itself out. Yeah, that's it. We're just gonna go for it. Just gonna go for it. There's no chance that it'll look fine if I don't play. There's at least a small chance that it'll look fine if I do keep playing. So we're just gonna keep streaming. We're gonna hope that whatever the hell is going on with my network right now just magically solves itself. In the meantime, we'll just keep gathering up stones here so that I can take them. Because we have 123 right now, that's going to make us 20k. We're only 25% weighted down. So we actually should be looking at pretty close to 70 or 80k once we get all the way maxed up here. Now this is kind of a boring thing to do, but it's an important thing to do. And it should only take us about a half hour or so, probably, maybe a little more, to get all the way filled up with stone so that we can get started with that almost 100k currency. On top of the new player experience thing that they've got going on, where you've got all these achievements, the like quest line book that you get now in the game, is really going to help us accelerate our early game growth so that we can constantly be upgrading our gear, and so that we can be buying solo dungeons, so that we can be doing solo dungeons early to try and get that first 100 spec on our first spear. All of that stuff is really important. You know, you want to get your 100 spec on your first spear build so that you can move into some of the higher tier content with that 100 spec and hopefully not just get totally stomped on. So that you can, earn a little more currency and start progressing your economy. This game is a really economy-focused game because it is full loot PvP, so when you die, you lose everything. But because the game is so focused on economy and because everybody is constantly losing everything, things hold their value fairly well in this game, right? Everybody constantly needs tons of resources. Everything is always only crafted by other players. So there's just a certain amount of upkeep that everybody in the game has to do, especially because items are constantly trashing, right? Whenever you get killed, your items have a chance to trash, which means they're totally unusable and they just get removed from the game. So there's just a lot of upkeep that has to be done to keep everybody in gear, which means that resources hold their value very well because of that, which I think is great. The economy balance of this game, it tries really hard, and it's definitely a better attempt than a lot of other games out there. A lot of content creators I've seen make content on this game complain a lot about how expensive and how inflated silver has gotten. You know, it used to only cost something like 8 million silver to buy your premium every month. Now it costs, 25 or whatever. But honestly, that's over the course of, 4 or 5 years now that this game has been out, that things have gotten inflated that way. And a lot of that is because the players who have played this game for a long time have played this game for a long time, right? Their economies have developed over an extremely long period of time to be very inflated. And so stuff in the game has just become inflated. But that inflation is actually mitigated in this game quite a bit better than it is in a lot of other games out there. I mean, if you go to like New World or something like that, none of the resources hold any value. And none of the items at all in that game really hold value because everybody has everything that they can need within the first 6 to 8 months of the server going live. So everything's value just sort of becomes nothing. And it becomes really hard to want to continue playing and pushing in that game because the only thing really left to grow is your economy. And it's extremely difficult and almost pointless to grow your economy in that game because of, the lack of stuff to spend it on. You're never losing any items, you're never, there's never new stuff to go get. Like, once your builds are done, you're done. And in this game, it's kind of the opposite, and so growing your economy and working on your economy is actually really fun. It looks like a lot of the people that I was competing with have kind of left, so this is actually going quite a bit faster, which is great. I'm pretty sure this person's a bot. I do believe that that person is doing the same thing as me. They're just gathering up the stone that they need to go start their new character. And they get that little head start. It is, like I said, it's a really boring thing to do at the very beginning of your play experience. But if you do this, if you, bite the bullet, spend the half hour, 45 minutes, depending on how crowded it is over here, just gathering up stone and taking it with you, I mean, you'll see. I'm probably not even going to sell this at its maximum price, but its value is already at 44k, which is really great for me. Because normally, like I said, I mean, you'd start with maybe, like if you were doing really well, 10k. But if you just get this stone, and the reason this stone is so expensive is because it's used for all the construction, both out in the Black Zone and in Player Islands. And because of that, there's just a lot of stone that's needed, and it's fairly difficult to get a tier 1 stone in the open world because you have nodes just like this in the open world. Hey, what's up, Quizza? How are you today? You have nodes just like this in the open world that only give you these 2 rough stone, and even if you have a lot of the bonuses, you're just not getting a whole lot more than that 2 stone. And so it's one of the rarest materials just because the nodes don't have a lot. And they're a little difficult to see sometimes, and they're not nearly as abundant as some of the other nodes. And so the market for them just constantly stays very high because they're an extremely needed resource. Have you ever played Albion Online, Quizza? Never played Albion Online, even though I've seen many ads. It could be a much better game than it is. It's fun to play. It's very, very punishing in PvP. And it does have a lot of forced PvP. It is a very PvP-focused MMO. But I really like the gameplay of it, this isometric, mouse movement, sort of MOBA-style gameplay. I think is really fun. I think the skill system is really interesting because it's based on the weapon that you're using. So your weapon has different skills to choose from. This is a really basic weapon, so it doesn't have a lot of skills. But in the future, you actually have quite a few options based on specifically the equipment you're playing. It's not just your weapon, right? Your armor has skills, your boots have skills, your helmet has skills. So making a build is very much about picking those specific pieces of equipment. And then, you have a really cool skill system. And this is just showing you sort of your mastery of the different pieces of equipment, right? So this is a mace here. And then you've got all the different types of maces. And so you can tier up your mastery of each individual mace, which ultimately tiers up your mastery of all maces combined. So playing all the different maces and tiering them all up is how you get the most power with each mace. And so it's just a really interesting system that doesn't really exist in any other games. Their market system is really cool because they have the black market. So even items that you pick up from enemies are actually crafted by players. And the way it works... Yeah, so none of these are really skills. Your destiny board, that's what this is called, is not based on skills, right? You're not getting skills for these. You're getting access to higher tier versions. So this is tier 4, tier 5, tier 6, tier 7 of all of the leather hoods. And then when you go over here, each leather hood has its own thing. And so this is just your mastery, right? You're getting up to level 100 in your mastery of this specific, the Stalker hood, right? And then you also get mastery of all leather hoods. And so you'll see this passive bonus for every level that you gain in mastery for the Hellion hood. Sorry, for the Hellion hood, you get a 0.1 bonus to your item power for all leather hoods, and a +2 specialization bonus to item power for just specifically the Hellion hood. So you want to tier up every one of the leather hoods, because every leather hood will give a 0.1 bonus per level to the Hellion hood. So this has nothing to do with skills, it's just about mastery. You want to master not just the item that you're using, every item in the class of items that you're using. Because your item power, which is right over here... Hang on, let me see if I can find it. There we go. Base average item power, and average item power. So your base power is the base power of the items you're using, and your average item power is the item power that you have because of all your bonuses. And your item power just naturally increases your armor stats, your damage stats, all of your base stats for the equipment that you're using. So increasing your item power just makes you stronger. So it's really important to go through and, level up with each of the different individual items from whatever item class you're using. So it gives you something to grind for. You can hit that tier 100 fairly quickly so that you can use the highest tier, the equipment that you want to use. But then you have lots to grind for to really min-max that build. So it's pretty easy to get a build to a point where you can try it out. And then if you decide you like it, then there's a lot to do, right? A lot of grinding involved in ultimately leveling that up to its highest potential. I think it's honestly a pretty good system. I have not played Project Zomboid, no. Good game? No, I don't want to chop down a tree. Project Zomboid is a survival style game, right? I don't know, people call it one of the hardest survival games ever made. Oh, really? Interesting. We're just about done farming up this stone here. We're at 90% of our weight. Once we get to 100%, well, we'll get to about 95%, because I don't want to actually be running slow And then we'll be able to move on. This is still the tutorial island. We're just setting ourselves up here for a nice, easy start by getting ourselves almost 100k silver to get started with. Did you give Throne and Liberty a go? It's also like an MMO. Yeah, I did play some Throne and Liberty Quizza. When it first came out, I actually got on and played for about 12 days because I was not enjoying the scenario that I was playing for Once Human. So I went ahead and jumped off of Once Human and played Throne and Liberty for about 12 days. I was in one of the top 3 guilds in the server I was in. The reason I didn't like Throne and Liberty, and the reason I won't go back to playing it probably, is... Oh, we're at 99%. Okay, we're done. All of the PvP combat in Throne and Liberty was A, very guild-based, which I don't really like, and B, it was all done in extremely small arenas with huge numbers of people. And so it got very congested and very zergy and spammy. So there just wasn't a lot of opportunity for skill expression, in my opinion. And so I just decided that the game wasn't really for me. And I decided to go ahead and stop playing it. This game also has a pretty big Zerg problem in its endgame PvP. But there are some things that they've added to this game to allow for a better small-scale PvP experience. So I'm going to be focusing a lot on those things, and I think a lot of content creators for this game do, because the small-scale PvP is just much better for, like I said, that skill expression. You know, you get into the big Zergs, and it just kind of becomes this formulaic, like, you know, we already solved how to kill all these people. Everybody uses specifically these builds. As long as we hit these skills in this order, then we're pretty much good to go. And I'm not really interested in that, so... I've seen some gameplay from Shroud. The screen is just filled with so many things, I don't understand what's going on. Yeah, that's definitely true. The skills in that game are really flashy. It makes them very, very hard to deal with and to see what's going on. Absolutely. Alright, now where do we want to go? What city do we want to start in?
Albion is waiting.
I'm going to talk to this person. And I think I want to go Mountain Cross, Swamp Cross, Forest Cross, Deep Cross. I actually think I want to go to Mountain Cross. Let's go be a mountain person. The game is also pay to win to an extraordinary degree. And I just didn't enjoy that either. We talk to this person and we get our 3 days of premium. So this is really important here. The premium can be purchased with in-game currency, but it's pretty much useless to play this game without premium because you increase your fame growth, you increase your gathering speeds, right, or your gathering quantities. There's just a ton of stuff that gets increased by having more fame in this game. I am with you, Quizza. I am definitely having trouble finding games to enjoy. I was so happy when Once Human came out. I still am really happy with the game as a whole. It's just designed in a way that playing it, 8 to 10 hours a day, every single day, isn't really a viable option. And so, I've had to take a step back because I'm just getting a little bored with some of the repetition. But from a casual player perspective, if I only played a couple hours a day, I don't know that I would ever play another game other than Once Human, because the game is really fun. And if you're only playing a little bit every day, then you're not doing nearly as much repetition as I am. And I think the game holds up really well to that kind of play style. But it's just not great for trying to, be a streamer and, create content 7 or 8 hours a day. So I've decided to, I'll go back to Once Human as new scenarios drop and stuff like that, just to try things out and take a look at the game. I likely won't be really hardcore playing it anymore, like I have been for the last 4 months or so. Because it just isn't quite right for me. So this is that new, the journal that they've added recently to this game in the past, 3 or 4 months. But you just go through and you beat all these different journal things, and they just give you little boosts, little bonuses. It's kind of a catch-up mechanic for new players. It's probably pretty good for the new players to be using. Struggling to find games to enjoy now. Yeah, that's the only game I like. Yeah, I was kind of in the same boat. I've been trying to find a new game to play for a while because, Once Human just isn't really keeping my interest right now. And, did I need to use the bow so that I could get the spear? I did need to use the bow so that I could get the spear. I'm an idiot.
Want to trade?
Oh well. What are you gonna do? So I can sell this outright for 173 apiece, right? I would make 87,000 gold. But I'm gonna create a sell order for 324 apiece, and I'm gonna sell these and try and get over 160k. And I think that should be fairly easy to do. I don't have enough silver to make that sell order. Okay. Well, I'm just going to sell some of them then. Let's say maybe... I think I needed 6 to 8k, so let's sell 50 here. And then we'll make a sell order. The rest... Do I have enough gold to do that? Alright. I do have enough gold to do that. And now we've got some unclaimed rewards here. What we're actually going to do is we're going to go buy a bow. We're going to buy a tier 2 bow here.
Satisfied?
And the reason we want to buy that tier 2 bow is we're going to put it in here. We're going to go ahead and use this so that we can get our learning point, learn that, and now we can actually go through and use the tier 3 spear.
Welcome, friend.
And now we're going to buy our melee. We're going to buy our spear. We're going to buy our offhand. I actually, darn it, messed up. But we're going to go ahead and buy... No, I don't want to use... You know what? What does a shield give me? Crowd control resistance, defense versus players, defense versus mobs. I normally don't see people play the spear shield. Normally they have a different auto hand. I think I might give Stardew Valley a go. Quite a peaceful game. I think Stardew Valley is a great option if you want to play something that's a little more peaceful. That's not really my... I need other people to be in my game. Even if I'm not really playing like a PvP or something like that, I really, really like to have other people in my game. I need to have them around, even if I'm not playing with them.
Got everything?
Alright, so we've got our full tier 3 set here. Yeah, sometimes I just leave one's human open, just read the world chat and do nothing else. You know, that's kind of the sign of a good game, though. If you're so invested in the game that you just want to... What's up, Recess? Love to see a new name in the chat. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel, how are you?
Have a look.
Let's just get rid of some of this low tier gear here. Sell it for 1 gold, I don't even care. You're doing 0 to hero kind of a content. I mean, I guess that is ultimately what I'm doing. That wasn't really the intention. I just decided I was going to start fresh. So I'm not like going to try and go as fast as I can and only play PvP or anything like that. But yes, this is a fresh character. The account only has 3 gold on it. I don't even know why the account has 3 gold on it. But I don't have any other characters, and I don't have any other currency or anything like that built up on the account. So it is sort of a fresh account, fresh character. And so yeah, I guess it is 0 to hero. But we just finished up the tutorial and got our 3 days of premium. And we purchased up our spear. So we are going to be playing the spear. I'm going to rock the spear and the shield for right now. I've never actually used the shield with the spear before. So I think I'm going to go down that line and do, you know, one-handed spear with a shield offhand. And just see how that feels, see how I like it. But I'm definitely going to be speccing up the spear first. Typically, you wouldn't use the shield. You would use, I forget what they're even, Muizak and that line of items. But I've done that a bunch of times with every character I've ever made. And so instead of just doing that exact same thing again, we're just going to see what happens if we... yeah, because I was in the Navy before. Been out for, I don't know, about 8 years now. But I've done that with the Muizak and stuff enough times that I'm not interested, so we're going to rock the shield and just see what happens. If I can't make that useful in some way. And I believe this should be a tier 3 dungeon, right? Is this a tier 3 zone? Yes, it is. So this should help me beat this journal thing here, if I clear. Facebreaker might be work. Facebreaker's one of the shields? Honestly, I've never even used any of the shields. Let's see here. Let's just go take a look. There's my armor, there's my swords. Where's my shields at? Come on now. Oh, here they are. Got it. Well, let's go see. Let's go see what some of the shields are. Oh, can't see them from in here. Got it. Well, We'll get there when we get there. But I'm fairly comfortable with the shield or with the spear style gameplay, so things should go fairly smoothly. Oh, you're right. You're right. That is where I do it. It's been like 4 or 5 months since I've played any Albion Online. Alright. Where's my face breaker at? I want to do one of these lower ones here. Oh, no, these don't have skills. That's right. Let's see. So physical attack bonus, magic attack bonus, physical ability bonus, magic ability bonus, defense versus player, defense versus mobs, threat generation. Okay, so these damage bonuses, or I assume why you were talking about the face breaker, as a good option. CC duration. Okay. Defense first player on mobs. Crowd control resistance. And energy cost reduction. Defense first players, defense first mobs. Threat generation. That's a whole lot of defense versus players and mobs there. That's a pretty huge number right there. I gave up on playing Dragon Age, got so bored. The writing is pretty lazy in that game. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Yeah, okay. I could see why the Facebreaker is probably a good option. Honestly, I'm considering maybe doing this too, though. Those defense numbers are just really huge. Although, as a hitting weapon, those defense numbers might not necessarily be all that important for the spear. I don't know. We'll have to see. We're going to try some things. We're going to see what happens. Avalonian one is a bit pricey. You know, that's fair. But I'm pretty good at making currency. I'm pretty dedicated to just grinding it out, you know? So I don't think currency is necessarily an object. I mean, you're only looking to play in like tier 4 gear anyway, for quite a bit of time early on. But we'll see. It might end up being a little out of my price range. And if that's the case, then we'll just do something else. But the game really does help early on now with this journal, with getting you what you need as far as currencies and stuff early game. So while it would have maybe been a really bad idea, you know, even 6 months ago, because of not having that journal and because of how much more difficult earning your early game currencies were going to be, you probably have a pretty good chance now of playing some items like that right from the start without having to worry about leveling something totally different up before actually getting to play your build. I think this journal was honestly a really great idea by the devs. All I want from journal is the vanity. You know, and for players who have been playing for a long time and for accounts that are, you know, a little more established, the cosmetics and stuff are certainly a good idea. But the value that it brings to the new player experience, I think, can't be overstated. It's just so nice to have a little bit of a leg up, especially as expensive as premium and stuff is now. Getting that first premium in just 3 days can be quite a bit of an undertaking. And so if you don't have a whole lot of time like I do, then you might end up finding yourself having some trouble earning that early currency. Hey, Rag Nerds. I really do love the spear in the early game, though. It is so overwhelmingly good when you're just getting started. Best part about recent update is the safe portal, in my opinion. Saved very much time to travel to Far Zone from portal. You know, I haven't actually been out in the Black Zone since the change. I got 500k to a mil per hour with that. Nice. I honestly don't even know what change you're talking about. I don't know what the safe portal is. But yeah, giving solo players and smaller group players better opportunity to engage in the Black Zone is always going to be positive. Black Zone right now is way too locked down. Brief answer is a portal that took you to random zone around the portal. Closest. Oh, I really like that. I really like that a lot. So instead of everybody being bottlenecked in just those 4 zones that are right around, you can end up way out in the middle of nowhere. That's a really great change. I really like that a lot. The map in this game is fairly large. I'll show it to you here in just a second, Quizza, when I get out of here. But now the mobs in higher tier zones is hardly buffed. In tier 8 zone, it got buffed 42%. You know, that's great too, though. I'm totally fine with that. I like more difficult mobs. If you're going to give more players an opportunity to get out there, making the content more engaging, more difficult, more fun, is definitely not a bad play. All right. Let's show you the map here. So this is the main continent here, the Royal Continent. So if we take a look, you've got the zone that I'm in. So if you click it, this is me right here, and this is the zone that I'm in. So each of these areas is a zone just like the zone that you saw me pull up the map for there. This is the Royal Continent. It's got primarily blue and yellow zones on it, so you don't lose items if you die in these blue and yellow zones. So they're really safe for new players. The red zones are full loot PvP. And so this is just the main Royal Continent here. You've got your 5 main cities plus Caerleon. which is sort of the lawless city. But then you have an even bigger area up here, and this is all the black zone. All of these zones are fully automatic PvP all the time. And so this is where the majority of the zones are. And you have portals that can take you from any of the main cities up into this black zone. And then you move out from these portals, going to progressively more difficult content out here. It is a pretty huge map. It is a pretty huge game. Honestly, I very much like this game. The only problem I have with it is the control that the guilds have over the Avalon roads and the black zones. If the entire game was built around the faction system, and even in black zones, if you were never able to attack members of your own faction, then I think this game would be probably the best PvP MMO on the market. Honestly, it might still be the best PvP MMO on the market, but I think that would be a wonderful change. Most of the explorable area in this game will get you killed. You'll die a lot. Most of the area in this game is forced PvP. So it's not very friendly in general.
Don't be shy.
Alright, let's sell these boots and stuff that I got. We're just gonna sell them outright. Because why not?
Stay honest.
There are a lot of different biomes. I mean, you see I'm in sort of a mountainous biome with snow. You've got a forest, you've got a swamp, you've got a plain, and you've got a desert. And then those biomes also are up in the black zone as well. The environments are fairly interesting in this game. They're not perfect by any means. And they're not necessarily the most attractive thing about the game. But, oh hey, we're up to 65,000 silver. Some of our sale orders have gone through here. Nice. What are we looking at? Oh, see, suddenly we're not... Oh, there's only a couple. Yeah, that's fine.
Satisfied?
That's fine. Our sell order will get sold eventually. We don't have to worry too much. I'm going to take me a quick break here. I got to use the restroom. Maybe throw together a little snack. So if y'all give me about 3 or 4 minutes, I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, I missed that message there. I went to a T7 drone with a Druidic Saft, 1200 IP. Still get knocked out many times. I mean, 1200 IP is pretty low though, isn't it? That's like super early game. All right, we back. Yeah, I think probably recess. The reason that they're making it so difficult to go out into black zones in lower tier gear and survive is probably to encourage people to use their higher tier gear. Because there are lots of people who have been playing this game for a really long time who just have mountains and mountains and mountains of gear sets. And the fact that they no longer need to engage with the economy is really hurting the economy in the game. So hopefully having to go out in better and better and better gear is going to ultimately invigorate the economy a little.
Come again.
Oh yeah, look at that. 150k. Couple hours in. I am going to end up being extremely wasteful with my learning points. Just because I like oh, wrong button. Spear, there we go. I like accelerating my progress a little bit, right? I'd like to be able to get into my 4.0 gear right now. So we're just going to go ahead and go, whoops, do some gear pieces that we're using here. I don't actually necessarily need the cloth boots. I'm just tiering that up because I ultimately want to just tier this up. Oh, nope, sorry, tier this up. I guess I don't really need to do that. Never mind. We might go ahead and move out of the tier, or the other boots. We do want to go ahead and upgrade our helmet here, though. We're going to go to our leather. We've got our leather chest piece. We want to get that up. So we can buy our tier 4 there. Yeah, buddy. Banana peanut butter tacos. They're so delicious. Even better than peanut butter and jelly tacos. I'm telling you, people make jokes. But anything you can put between 2 slices of bread, you can put on a corn tortilla, and it's better. Oh, that's a bummer. Sorry. Really great use for AI. If you've got just some random stuff in your house, go find some random things in your house and then ask, Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever to give you a recipe for some junk food with the random stuff you have in your house. It'll come up with some good ideas. Okay. Yep, last thing I need to level up here is my shields.
Have a look.
And then let's go see about buying up some stuff here. We want tier 4. We want spears. What kind of spear do we want? The adept spear is honestly just a good spear all around early on. That lunge is good. This strike is good. I think we're just going to stick with the harpoon or the adept spear to get started. We're going to buy one of those. In our offhand, we are going to use a shield. We're going to go down to here. And we're going to change this to enchantment level 0. Let's take a look. So buy orders are rocking 25k. Bummer. Fry them eggs up. Put a little cheese on them. Any cheese? Fried eggs and cheese with a little ketchup. So good. So that's pretty expensive. What do we got here? So the straight out buy for the face breaker is pretty much the same as the Aegis. The buy order is significantly less though. So I think we're probably just going to go ahead and snag us up an Aegis here. I like that idea. Go ahead and buy that. Then we need armor. We need leather armor. I don't think we want the assassin. I actually think we want the mercenary. Because it has, yes, this bloodlust. This is just so good for early game PvE. Especially running solo dungeons and stuff like that. It is voting day in the US today. If you live in the US, you should totally go vote. I mean, I'm not going to, but you should. I've never really used the cloth sandals. What would be the biggest value in the cloth sandals? We have scholar sandals. Focused run, focused on running, increasing movement speed while channeling. Grants immunity to stuns, roots, and slows. Hey, that's pretty good. Help get yourself some distance in PvP. Teleport to the target location. Can't teleport through obstacles. Grants immunity to damage and purges. I don't really want that. I'm playing sort of a... the spear is sort of a kiting build, so I don't really want that. Me either. Delayed teleport? No. Freeze the ground below your feet for 5.5 seconds, leaving a trail of frozen ground lasting 2.2 seconds. Increase your move speed by 60%. Enemies walking over the trail will be slowed by 80%. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Teleport to the target, swapping positions with them, can't teleport through obstacle, interrupts the target's spell casting. Erupt the ground below your feet for 5.5 seconds, leaving a trail of rotten ground lasting 2.2 seconds, increases your movement speed by 30%. Enemies walking over the trail will have their damage resistance decreased by 38%, and healing received decreased by 20%, lasting 3 seconds after they leave the trail. That's pretty good too. So these things that leave these trails are really interesting for the spear, because when you fight other melees with the spear, your goal is sort of to kite. because its primary attack is sort of a ranged attack. And so leaving these things on the ground could be really interesting. After 2 seconds, turn into an ethereal form, becoming untargetable, immune to damage and all abilities, and increasing your move speed by 40% while channeling for up to 6.5 seconds. Each 0.5 channel costs 3% of your max energy. Okay, each time you pass through an enemy player in ethereal form, your move speed increases by 16%. That's interesting. That gives you an opportunity to bring back some of your cooldowns, which is really cool. Hover above the ground, increasing your move speed by 60% while channeling for up to 3 seconds. Immunity to roots and slows. And disregard the threats around you, increasing your move speed by 75% and all damage by 15%. Well, that's not really great. I honestly think that either these Fiend Sandals, Cultist Sandals, or the Druid Sandals are going to be my best option. I think we're going to try the Druid Sandals first. And then maybe we'll try the Fiend Sandals later. Depths Druid Sandals, let's buy a pair of those. And then for helmets, we are going to go with a plate helmet. We are going to probably go with something like the Guardian helmet, because it gives you this shield. Oh no, that's an ally shield. No, we don't care about that. Nope, that's an ally thing too. We don't care about that. Is it the soldier helmet? Block incoming attacks, becoming immune to damage. All crowd control effects while channeling for 2.5 seconds. Can move while channeling. Okay, this is what I want. We're going to go with the soldier helmet. Really basic build for the super early game. It's not necessarily exactly what would normally be used, but I'm pretty fond of all of these items so far. Increase your damage and healing. We want our shield, and I'll probably want crowd control resistance in PvP, but for now, we're just going to buff defenses. And we should be good to go. We just want to go in here. And get some catfish. The reason we're buying catfish is because they're easily the best life regeneration in the game. And we want to have some good life regen. Sure, we'll take 1,000 gold for that. I'm just going to sell all these items that I was previously wearing. You can pretty much always get your currency back from these early game items. The prices stay pretty even. You could put them up for buy orders or sell orders, I mean. I don't usually do that. Haven't been able to fall asleep in the past 2 days, so I just listen to 80s, 90s city pop songs and lie down on the floor. Well, geez, brother. What's got you having trouble sleeping? Just got a bad case of the insomnia? Alright, well, let's go get our unclaimed rewards. Claim all here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just use all of these. We're going to get ourselves leveled up as much as we possibly can. Why can't I use this? There we go. Alright, let's see what we can do here. So the way we're going to get ourselves leveled up here, I totally forgot to grab some solo dungeons. But we're just going to go in here and type in solo dungeon. And so we can buy tier 4s for 2,977, or we can buy tier 5s for 2,916, which is insane. So we're just going to buy tier 5s.
Deal.
Got it. I mean, that happens to me sometimes too. Just feel a little lost with what you want to do with your day. And that can be pretty rough on the old psyche. Especially if you feel like you're not making progress towards certain goals and stuff like that in your life. It can put a pretty big burden down. But you just have to muscle through it. Ultimately, it'll pass. Most of that stuff isn't permanent. It's just your brain being a turd monkey. Yeah, there hasn't been much progress in years now. Yeah, trust me. Until I started doing this streaming thing, I was feeling pretty lost myself. I'm very much focused on accomplishing this goal, though. And it has been really nice to feel like I had a direction to move in. It has been really nice. I've been having a little bit of trouble in the past month or so just because I don't think that Once Human was necessarily the right game to be playing. I mean, it was a great thing to start with, and I really enjoyed playing Once Human for as long as I did. But it now just doesn't seem to be necessarily the right game to be playing. And so for the past month or so, I've been having a hard time with my motivation too. But I'm pretty excited about playing some Albion Online. I'm pretty excited for Core Punk, should be coming out fairly soon. And I'm very excited about that game. Row. Okay. I maybe aggroed too many enemies. And then failed to use my skill at all. Now maybe come over here and fight these two without aggroing up those others. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, well, we got the healer. That's really all that matters. I've tried to stream before, so that maybe someone will do a chat. You can talk to random people, but I have the confidence, I don't necessarily think this streaming is right for everybody. It definitely requires a willingness to, like you said, just talk to every random person that comes into the chat. Because while you may recognize that there are lots and lots of people in your chat, each individual person is there for their own personal enjoyment. And so you really do have to sort of react with anybody and everybody who wants to interact with you while you're streaming. And so if that's not something that you want to do, then it definitely isn't the right play for you. but that doesn't mean that streaming is the only thing that you can possibly do. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff for content creation, so if that's a route that you wanted to go, right, just making videos and stuff and posting them up on YouTube. Right, there are lots of YouTubers and content creators who never stream. So that's totally a viable option. If content creation in general isn't really what you're interested in, then, you know, getting on Fiverr, if you have any sort of skills that can be used strictly online, that don't require you to necessarily be in person with the person, then getting on Fiverr and promoting those skills and doing work for people there is not a terrible way to go about, especially developing skills, right? Because some people don't necessarily need an absolute expert at something. Some people need, you know, somebody who is proficient, but maybe cheaper than an absolute expert to just get a baseline of some work done. So if you have any sort of online skills that you'd like to market, it's a great place to do that and ultimately develop those skills while getting to make a little money at it for some people whose needs aren't, you know, of the highest quality. But there's just, I mean, a ton of stuff you can do online to earn yourself a little cash, to, you know, express your skills and hobbies, to do all kinds of stuff. And I was muted. So that's why, honestly, Quizza, why I think that using systems like Fiverr are so important, because you get somebody else who, gosh dang it, I only want to aggro 2 of these. I feel like they've made these dungeons more difficult since the last time I played. They create a system where somebody else is in charge of the payment, and so you can get the work done and deliver the work and not have to worry so much about not getting paid by people who are just trying to basically steal from you, because that's exactly what they're doing. Well, at least we got one enemy down. Holy cow. What is going on here? This is ridiculous. I feel like this game has gotten way more difficult since the last time I played it. Jeebus. We got him. We got him. Thing is, I know a lot of different things, but I don't believe I'm particularly good in any of those. Imposter syndrome is a pretty constant and universal thing, Quizza. I don't know very many people. There are obviously the exceptions, people who are extremely competent. But especially when you start asking for money for things, a lot of people start to question themselves and their ability to deliver on what they promised. Because oftentimes we'll expect ourselves to be able to do, an even better job than we would ourselves accept for, work that we were hiring out. And so we get sort of trapped in this place where we expect so much more than any reasonable person would expect for the type of work being done. So if you're proficient at something, most people are not up to that level. And, there are many people who need work done who have never done the type of work that they're looking to get done. And so they have no ability to do it. So any proficiency at all, even just a couple 100 hours of experience, is better than those people were ever going to do on their own. And so it has value. So don't let yourself get caught up too much in not feeling like the work that you're going to do is good enough, because it is going to be good enough. I mean, the people who are asking you to do that stuff would never be able, they'll just do it themselves. So, if you have some proficiencies, then, and you want to do them, right? If you want to turn those skills into, a way to make a little bit of money, then, the worst that can happen is somebody will tell you that they didn't think that the work that you did was worth the money they paid. And as long as you can get past people bad-mouthing you a little bit, and that's something you're just going to have to deal with no matter what, right? Because there are always going to be people out there who want to get a discount or, who don't want to pay you for the work. And they will straight up lie to you and tell you, this isn't good enough, it's not worth it, it's not what we agreed on, whatever. And those are lies. It is what you agreed on. It is good enough. Those people are just trying to get your work for free. And so you can't let them do that to you. You have to know the value of the work that you're doing and then make them pay. Because you did the work. And so now they owe you money. And if they think that you did such a terrible job, then they can express that by not coming back and utilizing your services ever again. And that's fine, right? That's their prerogative. I even have the same problem a little bit here where, I'm a little bit disappointed in myself for switching off of the Once Human game, because I do have people who are subscribed to this channel, who subscribe to this channel specifically because I was playing Once Human, and now I'm not playing Once Human right now. I feel like those individuals are not getting what they paid for, right? We sort of had an understanding that I was a Once Human content creator and that that's what I was streaming. And so they supported me for that. And now I'm moving into a different game, and I feel a little bit bad for that. But I also recognize that most of what I bring to this stream has nothing to do with the game that I'm playing. It has to do entirely with, who I am, my personality, and the experience of that interaction is much more important than the experience of the game that I'm playing. And, so it's important for me to be presenting a good experience, and I just wasn't able to do that in Once Human anymore. And so while some of those people may very well stop subscribing to my channel because I've done that, and that's, totally their prerogative, it's their money, they should do whatever. It is also my responsibility to put out the best content I can, and I just don't think I was able to do that playing Once Human anymore. Yeah, I came from Once Yeah, so far people have only lied to payment. Never got paid for 7 of the 10 jobs I did. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are like that. And that's why you need to use a service that can act as an intermediary and help you make sure that you get paid. Game for One's Human too, but I don't mind what game you play. Well, and I don't think a lot of people will. I think there will be a pretty decent percentage of my population here who enjoy my presence more than they care about the game that I'm playing. At least I hope that's the case. I guess we'll see. Possible that moving to Once Human or to Albion Online has totally set me back, and now I'm going to be going all the way back to the starting line again. And if that's the case, that's fine, I guess. I really like this game, though. Especially the PvE parts of this game. I will log in when phase 4 starts to just get that Starcrum. You know, honestly, I don't... you know, the Starcrum in that game is just so kind of unimportant because the base of that game is so casual friendly that I don't even know... Wonder what they're gonna do after that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really looking forward to them continuing to make new scenarios. You know, this Way of Winter scenario was so much better than Manibus that honestly, at that rate, I'll be really excited to see what they come out with next. Because if it's, you know, if it's the same progression and they just keep getting better and better, that game's going to end up being really good. So I'm very excited to see them grow that game and, you know, make new content for it. I think it's a really, really great baseline, and I think they're moving it in the right direction, so... I think maybe they should have waited before maybe releasing the game until they had a couple of scenarios already. Right, if we'd have launched at the point where we're at right now, I think things would have gone a little better. But we'll see. I mean, the game's doing really well. It's got great numbers. It's maintained really good numbers for a really long time, so... I've seen 10 posts today on Reddit talking about how Manibus was better. I think people complain too much nowadays. You know, I don't know. I think it's important to be invested in your hobbies. Right, and gaming is a hobby, and while we're not necessarily making the games, you know, you want a good space to express your hobby in, and that's what a video game is. It's a space where you're expressing your hobby, and so it's important, I think, as a gamer, to, you know, talk about what it is that you like and dislike about games. Now, I think there is a lot of negative feedback. I think a lot of people don't know how to express what they're trying to say. And so they end up just saying mean things or being dismissive of what's there. And that's not positive for, you know, gaming as a whole. If if all you're going to do is say, well, this game sucks, or, this is worse than this, without any sort of constructive feedback or criticisms, where somebody could actually take what you say and improve what they're doing, then, just shut up. Nothing you say matters. But yeah, well, and like I said, I think that's kind of the key there, is criticism is absolutely necessary, but it has to be constructive. And I think you're right. I think a lot of the criticisms of pretty much all games, not just Once Human, are not very constructive. They're very destructive. And they amount to, like you said, just a bunch of people complaining. And that doesn't do anybody any good. But I don't want to discourage criticism entirely, because criticism is necessary. So I really just want to discourage negative or useless criticisms that don't have any substance.
Let's open again all of this.
I know for a lot of people, the combat in this game isn't fast-paced enough, but I really like this style of combat. Yeah, I see people complaining about every game nowadays, every movie, every product. A lot of that has to do with the way content creators write negative engagement and negative reviews, and talking about things in a negative light drives a lot of engagement, because people are much more interactive with negative content than they are with positive content. And it's kind of bad. Not kind of bad, it is bad that that's the way that people are. Because if you agree with the negative perspective, people love to commiserate about things that they think are bad, or bad experiences that they've had. And so negative content gets a lot of interactions from people who agree with you. But people also love to fight back against people who are saying negative things about things that they think positively about. And so when you're giving negative feedback about something that a lot of people view positively, then you also drive a lot of engagement, because those people want to come and prove you wrong. And so that's just kind of permeating everything, because content creators who provide negative perspectives do better than content creators who provide positive perspectives.
Honest prices.
And it works. I mean, they're not trying, they're succeeding. It 100% works.
Stay honest.
It's not even just that negative engagement is better than no engagement. Negative engagement is better than positive engagement. Because it's more fervent, right? If somebody disagrees with you, then they'll respond to you 3 or 4 times. If somebody agrees with you, then it's one engagement, right? They say, oh yeah, I agree. And then they sort of repeat some of your points and say, I agree with all this. But if somebody disagrees with you, and then you go in and tell them, okay, well, I still think you're wrong and I still disagree with you, they'll respond again, right? Because they're trying to convince you that you're wrong. And so they have to engage with you multiple times. And the best way to get people to want to prove you wrong is to say something negative about something that they like. Much fewer people interact with content that is about things that they don't like, right? So if I hate a game, I'm not going to go watch somebody's positive content about the game and then tell them about how I hate it. I'm just going to ignore the content about the game that I hate. But if I like a game and somebody says something negative about it, then I'm going to engage with that person to try and change their mind to defend this thing that I like. And so negative interactions just become the easiest way to drive engagement in content. And a lot of people come to that conclusion. You say negative things about stuff, and it does very well for them. I didn't realize there were 2 of those there. Silly geese. But that's fine, because I don't have to interact with that. Your connection dropped? Like, my stream went out for a second? Or it was something that happened on your end? Because my stream is like crap in the bed right now. I'm dropping over 10% of my frames. Which is comical as shit. By comical, I mean incredibly annoying. I don't know if it's the game, I don't know if it's my network. I have no idea what's going on right now. But it's been progressively getting worse as I've played the game, so that's fun. So I really don't know what to do. No, my end, but I heard what you said. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Got it, got it, got it. I think I like this shield. I don't think I've noticed a whole lot, but I think it's definitely been helping. With my defenses. I think I would have died a whole lot more if I wasn't using it. Level 6 on the cloth sandals. Heyo. Get to level 10 and we can wear tier 5 gear. Although it's unlikely that I'll upgrade to the tier 5. Maybe. Who knows? We shall see. What the hell? What in darnation? Mostly PvP, Quizza. PvP or economy. Either you spend a whole lot of time trying to make more currency, or you spend a whole lot of time killing people. Personally, I really only care about the economy. Although you can't really do economy play without having to at least get into some PvP, because the best way to make currency is to sell stuff in the areas where you have to go through PvP zones to get there. Because that's where you get the best prices. So the gameplay loop of this game is honestly realized super early in the game. So right now what I'm doing, running around down in these solo dungeons, is an activity that you can do in the end game. And that activity will generate you quite a bit of currency when you do it in the end game dungeons. And the dungeons are honestly fairly similar to the low tier dungeons as well, which is something I really like about Albion, because I don't feel like the tiers of play are terribly different from each other. Right? Your early game is fairly similar to your mid game, is fairly similar to your late game. And so I don't feel necessarily a need in this game to tier up or level up particularly quickly. It feels like I can just play the game at my pace, and all of the content is sort of there for me while I do that. And then when I get to a new tier, then I get to engage with, new people doing similar stuff, but at a higher level. And so then you just go around, doing a variety of activities. You find something that you enjoy for a little while, maybe you do it for an hour or two, and then you move on to something else. And there are quite a few activities. You've got the mist zones, you've got gathering, you've got transporting, you've got crafting, you've got arena PvP, you've got open world PvP, you've got Zerg vs. Zerg PvP, you've got mist PvP, which is 1-on-1 or 2v2, you've got hellgates, you've got solo dungeons, you've got group dungeons, you've got, just tons and tons of different kinds of content that you can do. Some of it you can avoid PvP entirely while doing. Some of it you have to go out into PvP zones to do, even if it's PvP or PvE content, which means you're always going to be running a risk of maybe getting killed and losing everything. But actually download Prince of Persia Sands of Time. Used to love old Prince of Persia games. I've never played a Prince of Persia game, but I've pretty much always heard good reviews. I never really was a big fan of the side-scrolling platformers. And so the early Prince of Persia games just weren't really up my alley. So I never really played them. If I was going to play a side-scrolling platformer, I kind of just played Super Mario games. And then when they started going 3D, I just kind of left side-scrollers behind. And I just never really got into the Prince of Persias. Played a lot of things like Zelda and stuff like that instead. Mastery achieved. I am an expert adventurer. Was I not a tier 5 adventurer while I was coming down into these tier 5 zones? No wonder I was getting my butt kicked. You actually don't do as much damage if you're not... Oh no, that's tier 5 adventurer, not tier 5 reaver. Reaver is the one that you have to get tiered up in order to be able to kill enemies. Surely I'm already a tier 5 reaver or I'd be really getting stomped on. I never had the money to buy games, so I used to get cracked versions of Prince of Persia from people, so I used to play that a lot. Nice. Nice. You gotta work with what you got. Thank goodness that they all got to get healed. That was really wonderful. Okay. We'll kill all the rats at least. There are way more enemies in these areas than there used to be. They didn't used to have lots of things like moving around and stuff either. This game's changed pretty significantly in the last 4 or 5 months. Alright, I wonder if I'm going to be able to beat this dude. I wonder. Oh, I wonder, oh, I do, I do, I do. It's my wonder wall. Got him. I made some pretty big mistakes there. But that's... Ooh. Tier 5 mercenary jacket. Ain't that nice. Probably gonna wear that. Save myself 7k? Heck yeah. That's money in the bank right there. But that's why I like playing the spear so much, is because it's very forgiving. Will-o-wisp. You know, I do need to get to Bricilion. This will-o-wisp will take me to a friendly area. Then I can go try and find my portal to Bricilion. Because I am going to be spending quite a bit of time in the solo mists. I am a pretty big fan. The mists are just a really good zone. Especially for, you know, duos or solos who don't necessarily want to deal with getting involved with the guilds and stuff in this game, because the guilds can be pretty toxic. It's just nice to be able to run around in here and do whatever I want, not have to worry about that crap. It's a good place to gather, especially endgame resources, when you get into the deadly mists later, the lethal mists. In order to find the portal, you do have to get a certain amount of favor or fame within the mists area in order to be able to go and actually go into the portal to Bricilion. It's another city that's kind of completely off on its own. Ooh, that was gross. Got a ton of lag. But you get these little quests inside of here to defeat these camps. And then when you defeat the camps, you get your little chest here. And it just has little items and stuff in it. But inside of these camps, you're in PvP, right? I'm flagged for PvP right now. But it's non-lethal PvP, like in regular yellow zones. So instead of dropping my items, I just get killed. And then I leave the mist when that happens. And I'll have to come back in through a different portal. So it's a fun little non-lethal PvP. To kill like one more enemy to unlock that chest. But you'll see down here, this is where I have to get so much fame for killing enemies in this area in order to unlock that chest. because these are non-lethal mists, the stuff that you get. Also watching a soccer game on the side, so sometimes I'm looking at it when something exciting's going on. There's not really ever anything exciting going on in here. This stream is, well, it's pretty boring, but that's fine. I'm a pretty boring dude. I like to be boring. I like to just go about my day and calmly play my video games and not worry too much. You'll see here, I believe it is. Maybe it's not here. I forget where I see what my Brazilian reputation is. Football is my company during boring weekends. I mean, football's a good sport. Yeah, I figured you meant soccer. I figured. The number of people who watch American football and that also play video games is a fairly small subsection of people. Especially who play like RPG games and stuff like that. Primarily people who like to play video games and also watch American football are people who play like shooter games and stuff like that. What's up, Lothar? What do you this afternoon? Doing good, got a fresh soft cast and relaxing. Did you break a hand or something, or break a leg, or? It's Albion Online, Lothar. Tried to play the Madden game before, but I couldn't understand the rules. That's American sports for you. Make it as complicated as possible. I have a non-healing ulcer on my foot. Oh, that sucks. Ouchie. At least you've been getting the treatment you need. Ooh, purple chest. Woot woot. Look at that. Estimated market value 72K. What's up, dude? What's up? Ooh. And there's another little PvP chest right over here. We're gonna fight people if there's anybody to fight over here. Yeah, that's pretty much how I deal with everything, as far as my health is concerned. That dude is way stronger than I am. Let's see. I am extremely bad at driving IRL. I have wrecked every vehicle I've ever owned. In glorious fashion. Nobody I know will even let me drive anymore if they're in the car. I only ever get to drive when I'm by myself, because nobody wants me to drive. I totaled my motorcycle. I flipped my first car driving down the highway. I drove my truck off the road. Mostly I'm just a horrible driver. I don't drive anymore because I'm tired of getting into near-death experiences from driving. Just not fun. Just not fun at all.
Don't be shy.
Long drive sometimes, pack up some snacks, drive from one city to another. I think that's great. Nothing like a road trip.
Satisfied?
Nothing like a road trip. Get your mind off of things. Just cruise around, look at the sights. I don't know where you live, but here in the United States, the country is just so diverse in its environments that you can drive around and really see some interesting stuff. I mean, it takes a while. You know, you'll be driving for 10 or 15 hours before you really start noticing how drastically things can change. But if you've got a couple of days and you really feel like going on a road trip, you can have yourself quite a bit of fun and see quite a bit of interesting stuff driving around the US. Every time I had to move when I was in the Navy, I always went ahead and drove. I never really took the plane or anything like that. I always just drove from station to station. And so I drove, let's see, I flew from Chicago, and I came back home. And then I ended up having to fly, so I didn't have a vehicle at the time, so I had to fly to my first station, which was Washington State. And from there, when I moved to San Diego, I drove from Washington State back home to New Mexico through, Wyoming and Denver. Well, maybe I didn't have to go through Wyoming. I think Oregon. Yeah, Oregon, maybe a little sliver of Idaho, Colorado, and then back into New Mexico and back home. And that was like a 3-day road trip. I stopped off in Colorado to see a friend, and just got to hang out. But the change in scenery, I mean, Washington State and Oregon are almost like rainforest type environments, especially the western coast. And then, you get into Colorado and you start getting into the Rocky Mountains. Then you get out of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and you start getting into some pretty open plains kind of areas. And then you get into New Mexico and you hit this desert, and it's a high desert, so it's not a desert like the Sahara where you've got sand dunes and stuff like that. The desert in New Mexico is what's known as a high desert. And so the elevation is actually fairly high. And so it's more like a mountain desert, which is kind of weird. But the Rocky Mountains go through New Mexico and stuff as well. And so I got to drive through all that, and then I drove from New Mexico through Arizona and Nevada into California and went to my station in San Diego. And that was really, really fun. Just me and my truck and some Red Bulls, just cruising, having a good time. I had a little Ford Ranger at the time. I had a really good time with that, though. Let's see, what are we looking at? How long is it going to be until I can use my chest armor here? Oh, I can drop this learning point, use it right now. Ammo. Let's equip that bad boy. Perfect. Then we'll just go sell this tier 4.
Buying or
Because I don't need it no more.
come again.
And then we'll go back up here. We'll do another one of those dungeons. So super early on, in this game, a lot of what you're going to be doing is these solo dungeons, and they're just little things that you open. And they pop a dungeon up in the open world, and you can go just run in there and do them. They're little instanced kind of things. Other people can come into them, especially when you start doing them in PvP zones in the higher tiers. Other people will come in and kill you inside of them and take your stuff, so you have to be careful when you start doing them in high tiers. But at the low tier, you just get to run out here. Nobody's going to kill you. Nobody even can, really. So it's totally safe, and it's a great way to level up your early game fame. So fame is what you use for your destiny board. It's kind of like the XP in this game. And so when I talk about fame farming or gaining fame or anything like that, that's what I'm talking about, is leveling up these expertise. And it's just called fame. You have PvE fame, you have gathering fame, you have PvP fame, you have all kinds of different kinds of fame. And there's leaderboards for all that stuff. So you can see how you're stacking up month to month. You can see how you're stacking up all time. These servers have been open for a really long time. So the all-time leaderboards are pretty much impossible to cap out on. But your monthly and weekly leaderboards can absolutely be something that you can win on. And it's just fun to be in the top, to be able to say, hey, I'm the person doing the most work right now. There's a couple of different styles that these dungeons can take with different types of enemies. And each of those different enemy types have a couple of different bosses that you can randomly get. The whole experience of these solo dungeons is honestly really fun. They're fairly quick. They only take 10 or 15 minutes. You come in, you do a couple, you get your chests, you get some rewards. And it's fairly enjoyable. Something I want to see real quick, actually, is I just fought that person. I want to look at my... These are just rankings. I don't care about that. That's not what I want. This isn't what I want. That's right. I have to hit my name here. Go to death recap. Nope, not death recap. Emote status, build, loadouts, appearance. Stats, there you go. Deaths. Oh, it doesn't show because it was just a down. Not a death. That's too bad. Okay, well let's go look at death recaps here. And is there a way... to see what this person's gear and stuff was? Okay, so they were rocking an expert's broadsword, which is 5.3. So their item power on this item is 1200. And my average item power is 684. So they were significantly stronger than me. So I don't feel too bad about getting my butt kicked there. It's strange to me that somebody 1200 item power. Well, I guess they're still pretty low. So 1200 should be the base item power of that item. So depending on how tiered up their weapon was. So when you look at the item power of an item like that, even if it's in somebody else's inventory, it shows you the item power you would have with that equipment, not the item power that the other player has with that equipment. So if you only have the base item power of that gear, then it only shows you the base item power that's available. It doesn't show you what they have with all of their bonuses from their Destiny board, which I've always kind of not liked about this game, because you have the ability to inspect other players. I wish that you could inspect them, before fights, as you were just running around in the open world, to see if you could get a better idea of what their item powers are, because you can get a little bamboozled. If they're rocking like 5.1 gear, but they've got everything all the way tiered up, then you end up fighting somebody who might as well be in like 8.2 or 8.3 gear, And maybe you just don't have the ability, even with higher tier gear, to be able to fight that. And so you end up losing potentially quite a bit higher tier gear to somebody in lower tier gear because, you know, you just didn't really know what you were getting into with that fight. And it's a little sad to lose that way. But I understand not wanting to give you too much information about your opponent just because that kind of kills the experience. You know, it makes it where you sort of know whether or not you're going to win before even engaging. And so that can be really bad for the PvP scene overall. It would make escape builds even more popular than they already are. It would make any build that was weak to those builds. Whoops. I definitely should have run away faster than that. Any build that was weak to those builds would just become utterly unplayable. Because you'd have a ton of people running around who would know exactly how strong you are. They would know exactly when they could or could not invade or engage you. And if they can't engage you, you know, they just run away. No problem for them. Almost got nuked again. Dang. Better eat another fishy. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. They've started doing this thing with these dungeons too, where sometimes you go into an area where a group of enemies that isn't the primary group of enemies are sort of have this like offshoot area. I don't know why they started doing it, but I think I like it. It brings a little variety to the dungeons, makes them feel a little bit less monotonous. I really need to start dodging that. My goodness. I've been hit way too many times by that skill. What was I doing with myself here? But you see, primarily I was fighting barbarians for most of this, and now I'm down here fighting these heretics. And they're just going to be like a little offshoot. And I'm going to kill them, and they'll have a little boss down here. And it's just like a little extra loot sometimes that you get in the dungeons. Get an extra boss. I like it. It's pretty cool. Ooh, this is going to be a good chest. It's either a blue, maybe a purple. I think it's a blue, though. Oh, that's bad. Okay, this area is way too tight for this enemy. What are you doing to me, game? Jeebus. That was rough. And then I only got 6,000 silver out of it. Sad day for me. I would have liked to have seen a little more silver than that. Need to wait for some of my energy to regen so I can use my skills. Starting to not be able to use them. That's bad. Hey, still above 100k. We're doing good. We're doing good. Just keep swimming. Inspecting the vending machine down by my apartment. I feel like buying everything. Sometimes you just get that hankering for junk food. But don't buy it all in one go. Like, buy a little bit, eat it. And then if you still feel like you want some more junk food, then get some more. Don't go crazy and then buy way more junk food that you can actually eat. And then still try and eat it and make yourself sick. When you said you were inspecting a vending machine, I seriously thought you were playing Once Human right now. And that you were looking at somebody's vending machine down by our bases. You can buy oh, right, biscuits or cookies. Got it. I was about to say, you could buy a biscuit in a vending machine? But biscuits or cookies. I mean, vending machines in real life have crazy prices.
Oh no! How you doing?
I still don't understand how coffee ever became a popular beverage. It's so disgusting. have legitimate concern about the mental well-being of anybody who drinks coffee. They sell pastas in vending machines? Also, who's running around changing vending machines multiple times a day? I'm super confused. That's insane. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. We'd be lucky if vending machines get stocked once a week in the US. Much less changed completely multiple times a day. Gosh darn it. Gotta be dodging those. Hey, we got him. Good deal. Even though I messed it up. Another 6K only. That's unfortunate. Although mostly the reason to be down here is to be gaining fame, not necessarily worrying so much about the currency that I'm making. I would like to be making more currency while I did this, but any progress is progress, so it doesn't really matter. We could also just go ahead and go back into the mists. You know, we got really lucky with that last one that we gained. The last chest there, that purple. That's not very standard for non-lethal mists, so.
Local goods.
Thankfully, a lot of that currency came from those pouches, which is just guaranteed currency.
Have a look.
I like that a lot.
Made a profit?
It is an unfortunate part of the early game in this game that you just have to spend a lot of time clearing these solo dungeons. What did I get that for? Wow. That's nice. An extra 50k. Am I over 200k now? Nice. Over 200k. Oh, nice. A will-o-wisp. Honestly, I should just go do my solo dungeon, but I kind of want to do Brazilian with the mists. And you can chain these mists together. Like I'm in this one already, but I could open up this will-o-wisp and go to another one. And just keep going into them, because eventually they close. These are temporary areas. They're quite a bit of fun. Ooh. I wish I had the ability to gather that. That's worth quite a bit. Ooh, a chest. Is there anybody over here waiting for it? No. It's only got 18 seconds left? Ooh, I'm probably gonna get this treasure coffer. That's exciting. Oh, just a green one. Sad day. Still, good deal. Free loot. Didn't even have to do anything. One of the things you learn pretty fast in this game is to keep your mount out all the time. If I leave this circle, my mount disappears. But as long as I don't leave that circle and it's still out, my ability to mount is much faster. And so that saves you a lot in open world PvP zones, because once you see another enemy on the fringe of your screen, you mount up, and then they have to take all your mount's HP away before they can actually attack you. And that helps a lot with helping you get out of there when you're outnumbered or anything like that. I got turned into an icicle. Ooh. Can't believe I didn't die just now. Holy snap. That's how you get it done right there. So good at this game. So good at this game. I'm just looking around in here. I want to go find where the chest is at. While I kill these last few enemies that I need to kill. They make the most ridiculous noises when you kill them. Moo. Calm down, brother. He'll come back to life soon enough. Ooh. Almost got stunned. Yes, I am riding a donkey. It's the most basic mount in the game. And so I ride it. I've already cleared this camp, so I just need to go find the chest. So you can drop aggro in this game by mounting. There are, but not necessarily in the sense that you might be thinking. You know, you can't like fly really high. So, yes, the mounts are technically flying, but that flight doesn't do a lot for them. Oh dang, a 6.1. Hey, that's worth. That's got some value. Most of the flying mounts don't have very much carry weight, but their speeds are faster, and that's kind of the benefit that you get out of it. I'm gonna go fight this dude. Because he was all in a fight. He's also way stronger than me. He should probably just turn around and nuke me real fast, but... And this is how things kind of change. You get yourself into a bit of a bad situation. And then tide's turn, and the other person comes after you. And then you go after them. Aw, darn. They got me. That was a close one. That was a real close one. If I hadn't got stuck up against that tree, oh, that guy got away from me there, I might have been able to get him. Again, we can go back to the recap, though. And look. Yeah, this person was using a tier 6 longbow. 6.1. So significantly higher. Item power than mine. Although I did catch them at a pretty significant disadvantage, which was a pretty big equalizer for me. I made some mistakes in that fight. Of course, they made some mistakes in that fight too. All things told, it was a good fight. Those guys, suicide, and blow up and kill you. The ones specifically with the green. Yeah, that was a PvP fight, Quizza. That was another player. They got me. Once we get up to 100 spec in our primary weapon set, or gear set, then we'll go into the black zone mists, which are the lethal mists, in some like 4.1 or 5.0 gear, which is kind of what I'm wearing right now. Item power will be much higher because, you know, we're 100 spec, which will mean we'll have an extra 200 item power. And that'll help us us win those fights. If I had already been 100 spec in that fight with that person, I would have definitely won. Although they might not have turned and tried to chase me. Had that been the case? When they got a little bit of the upper hand there. So they might have actually been able to escape. Who knows? That was close. We got him, though. We got him. Give me the, ooh, extra damage and extra move speed. Heck yeah. I kind of wanted the one that was going to regen my energy, but who can say no to extra move speed and extra damage? Killing the skeletons, the skeletons, the skeletons. Killing the skeletons. Wherever they may go. Alright, I'm actually going to let this regen up my energy while I go use the restroom real fast. Alright, we're back. We're full on energy. Let's finish up this dungeon here. Finish up the dungeon. Then maybe go back into the mists. I'm having fun in the mists. And honestly, I feel like I'm getting just as much, if not more, fame from the mists as I am from doing these solo dungeons. And so I can just do low tier mists, non-lethal mists, do some PvP, have some fun doing that. And just ultimately enjoy my time a little more that way and end up having kind of the same value and growth. So there's not a ton of point in worrying about doing these solo dungeons. I will do higher tier solo dungeons in the black zone probably later, because I feel like I can get more currency per hour doing that than the lethal mists, just because there's much less chance of getting killed doing black zone solo dungeons than there is the lethal mists. So we don't want to all the way burn out on solo dungeons right now, when we know we're probably going to have to do them some more later. Oops. I stepped into that swordsman's cone. Got myself nuked. Silly Wabbit. Tricks are for kids. It's funny how if you stop paying attention just for a minute in this game and take some of those big hits, if the skill has an indicator on the floor, it's gonna hurt if you get hit by it. A lot of this game is about dodging attacks. Even in PvP, a lot of this game is about dodging attacks. And so you just sort of have to know what your enemy is likely going to do, and then move out of the way of where they're likely to do it. So there is a huge burden of knowledge when it comes to what the enemy's weapons and stuff are capable of in order to be good in PvP in this game. And that's a lot of why I'm not terribly good at PvP in this game, because I don't have that knowledge yet, because I haven't played a lot of the items. Almost all of my 1,000 hours have been playing the spear. Need to eat another fishy here so I can get my health back. Get that regen up. But you also have to be able to tell, like, what kind of item the person is using based on the way it looks. So all the shields look different, all the spears look different. You know, they all have their own personal models in the hand. And so if you know what all those models are and what all those weapons do, then you would be really good in PvP, because you just understand how the fight is going to play out, how the enemy player is likely to use their skills. But that takes a huge amount of time and time investment, and you know, it's not just playing the game, it's playing the game with intent to learn about those abilities and how they act and what their ranges are. And I mean, it's just like trying to be good in League of Legends. Goodness. You want to throw some more spells at me all at the same time? butt face. Sorry, I got my mute mixed up again. Didn't mean to clear my throat right in your ear. Talking too much, not drinking enough water. But we're, I think, at the boss right now. So we're gonna kill him. And then we're gonna go ahead and go backwards in the dungeon. Because there was a side path that probably leads to like a secondary boss. And we want to go kill that secondary boss. Because they might have something good. You never know, you know? Oh no, it's the caster boss. What are we gonna do? I didn't let nearly enough energy come back. This might actually turn into a difficult fight. No. Ow. I really should, like, carry some potions or something with me. I have more than enough currency to buy some basic potions and stuff, and I'm just being an idiot not using that stuff. Ooh. A tier 6.1 satchel. These satchels give you the ability to gain extra combat fame by spending currency as you fight, which is kind of a big deal. I'm probably not going to equip that. I'm probably going to... Actually, I should equip that. That's worth it. Can I wear that satchel yet? No. What do I need to do to be able to equip this satchel? Master... You need to unlock relevant mastery level in Destiny board. Okay. I think... Master Adventurer is where I need to be to use that satchel. So in order to use, yeah, here's my Master's Satchel. So in order to use any of the tier 6 mounts or anything like that, I have to get Master Adventurer, which you gain fame towards this for basically doing anything. Whereas with like the Reaver, you get fame for the Reaver stuff by killing PvE enemies. And I'm already a Master Reaver. And now I'm working my way towards Grandmaster, which is tier 7. Okay, now we're going to go back and look at that secondary path that I passed up a little while back. Because I think there's a sub-boss over there. It's quite a ways back here. I'm a little sad that I picked the wrong direction. Oh wow. The boss was literally right here. That's hilarious. Got him. For a little green chest. With 4K in it. That's actually not too bad. Gonna use up all these fame tomes here. Get as much fame as we can. We got this heron spear, which is gonna make us... Oh, that's only worth 3K. That's a bummer. Yes, it is pretty easy to get the master rankings up. It's literally just... So, these Reaver rankings, they give you increased damage versus creatures of their tier or higher. And so basically what that means is you're kind of barred from fighting enemies higher than your Reaver ranking. So this is just that early game... that early game gate that keeps you from just running straight out into the tier 8 zones and killing the highest tier enemies. So it's kind of forcing you to learn your character a little bit and go through some of the early level zones for your first, day or two of playing, so that you have no choice but to kind of progress yourself. Instead of just running out, because there are some weapons like the life staff, or I think it's the nature staff actually, which is in the life staff area. They can just basically take on any tier of enemy. It's really slow, but you can pretty much just take on any tier of enemy because you can just constantly heal yourself. And so you could just run straight out into the tier 8 zones and just start fighting tier 8 enemies with pretty much no consequences. And I mean, it's not like it holds you back for very long. But it's a little while. This right here, this symbol is the symbol for fiber, so harvesting. So that just means that there's a good spot to go harvest over there. We'll go look at it. But in the mists, sometimes instead of the zones that you go and fight and get those chests, sometimes you'll get these like harvesting areas. And this also happens in the lethal mists where you can get killed. And so people kind of congregate on these areas because they have lots of resources, but in the lethal mists, they can be very dangerous because, people could just come kill you while you're trying to harvest and take all your stuff. So you know, the mists just try and give you a focal point, but you've got this little lake here, and around this lake, there's going to be just tons and tons of these different tiers of harvesting nodes. And if I had the tools required, or the level, you know, I'd just run around gathering all this stuff. Make quite a bit of currency for it. But the mists are actually a pretty good way to level up your harvesting, or your gatherings of all different types, especially if you want to do them all at the same time, because there's resources of basically every type in here. So I could just run around and gather up a bunch of resources of all the different types, tier up all my gatherings. I'm not super worried about tiering up my gatherings right now because, honestly, leveling up your gatherings requires lots of learning points. Otherwise, you just end up doing it for tens and tens of hours. And you only get so many learning points a day. So primarily my goal for my first 3 days is just to try and get to a point where I can spend 28 million silver. So right now I have 200k silver. I need to get to 28 million so that I can buy my my premium, so that I don't lose my premium after 3 days. So I want to get up to, you know, tier 8 Reaver so that I can start doing tier 8 dungeons, and I want to tier up my weapon so that I can do more damage so that I don't get killed in those tier 8 dungeons. And then once I can start doing those tier 8 dungeons, I can usually make about 1 million silver an hour. And so then as long as I play, you know, 20 or 30 hours in that 3-day period, then I should be able to get up to the premium. It's going to be pretty tight, but the problem is if you don't have the premium, then you don't get nearly as good of drops out of the chests and stuff. So you just end up losing a lot of potential currency. Now, if you're not going to play a ton of hours, right, like if you're only going to maybe play 30 hours in a month, then premium is a pretty big waste for you, because most activities on average yield you about 1 million silver an hour. So if you're only playing for 30 hours, then you're spending all of your silver on your premium. That's not helping you. So if you're only going to play for a few hours, then keep all your silver and, you know, don't worry about your premium. But if you're going to play for, say, 60 hours a month, or like I play 200 hours. That's my average stream time per month, is 200 hours. So me spending 30 hours of my time is only 1/6 of my time to buy my premium, and then I get the benefits of that premium for a lot of extra hours, for an additional, you know, 150 to 170 hours in a month. And that's pretty huge. It is a pretty cool game. The only thing that bothers me about this game is the way the Black Zone operates. And if it wasn't for that, I probably would have never stopped playing this game in the first place. And eventually I'll get bored of this game again, and I'll want to play something else again. That's just the way it's going to happen, because that's just kind of the way I play video games. You know, I get really obsessive about a video game, and then, you know, it starts to feel repetitive and I stop playing it. And I'm just constantly kind of searching for that game that I'll never stop playing. So far I haven't found it, but maybe in the future. You never know. But it's definitely worth... It's a free game, right? So you don't even have to pay for it. So it's worth the give it a try, you know? Oh, geez. Look at this person. 1,600 item power. Got 3,000 hit points to my 1,900. Rocking all T7 gear. Thank you for not killing me, buddy. That person could have just come and stomped all over me and kicked me out of the mist. But I think they realized that I've got a new character going on here. And I assume they figured I was probably a new player. Oh, no. Oh, he's gonna come fuck with me. You fucked up. Oh, shoot. I fucked up. Ah, darn. He's gonna shoot his dart at me here in a second. Dodged it. Nice. He's gonna get his dash here, or his boot skill here in a sec. Oh, nice. I got away. Boy, that was a rough one. But, you know, that person had 1300 IP, and I had 7. So, there was a pretty limited chance, unless I was just really good at the game, that I would have been able to kill him. That person was obviously fairly new, because they kept, at least they were new to daggers. They might not be new to the game, but they were definitely new to daggers, because they kept overshooting me with their skills. And so they would come, try and kill me, or try and hit me with that dash move. And then, oh my god, are you serious, dude? I'm not gonna let you kill me, you idiot. No, 1600, not even 1300. Why would I fight you? That would be an incredibly stupid thing. Your estimated value is 11 million silver. The estimated value of my equipment is like 30k. I'm not gonna fight that. That's stupid. The fact that you want to fight me is kind of sad. Like, how bad are you that you lose so much that you want to fight somebody that you have more than a double IP advantage on? That's not fun at all. I'm all the way done here, so now I just need to find this chest. But that's just kind of the way PvP games go, I guess. Ooh, it's a purple chest. Nice. Is, you know, people of extremely high power tend to want to fight often. The spectrum of people online is just, well, yeah. So this is why it's important to encourage specific types of engagement, though. And this is why hardcore PvP MMOs constantly fail. It's because they say and they use the fact that they're quote-unquote hardcore PvP MMOs as an excuse to not implement systems that prevent people of different tiers from engaging with each other. Right? There's no reason that a person who has over twice as much power as me should ever be fighting me in a PvP scenario. And the only way to stop that from happening is to either make it so that it's punishing to them to fight me, or to make it so that it's so unrewarding that it's just not worth the time. So, for example, they should set it up maybe where if you kill somebody that has, more than 200 or 300 IP difference, then that person doesn't drop any of their gear for you. It's a non-lethal encounter for them. So this is where the Brazilian portal would appear if I had the required reputation. Oh, right. It's in the stats that tells me where my Brazilian reputation is at. Brazilian standing is neutral. I need a positive standing in order for that portal to appear. But I only have 3 minutes until this mist closes, so like I was saying, you can chain mists. And so now I just have to go find another will-o-wisp somewhere in this area, and it'll take me to another instance of the mists, and then this one will close down. But the reason that the mists are so popular for content creators, especially streamers, is that you can't stream snipe somebody in the mists. At least it's extremely difficult to do so, because it's really hard to try and get into the same mist as another person. You'll also see that wisp was rare. So this portal is a rare portal, so it's actually going to take me to a region that's potentially of a higher level, but that also has a higher chance to get enchanted. You see how this tree has this green glow? They can be green, blue, purple, or legendary, which is gold. And so these rare portals have a chance to have more of these enchanted materials of all types. And then actually this one is a material portal because it's got logs in the middle there. So this one, if I was looking to do some gathering, this one would actually have been a really lucky portal for me because there's probably some good logs over there. But yeah, no, I mean, and I understand it's a difficult problem to solve, right? Because where should the cutoff be? How much stronger than a person should you have to be before the game starts actively impeding your ability to turn off of them? But it's something that PvP MMOs in general have to start looking at, because they are going to become extremely unfun. And they're going to have a hard time gaining large audiences. And I understand not every game needs to be made for every person, but every game needs to be made for as many people as it possibly can be, because that's how you earn enough money to really make a game great and to keep putting out good content for it. So if you just say, well, this game is super niche, well, that's great, but then, the game never advances. Some of the game design ideas come up with is pretty genius. That's true, absolutely. And that's why I think that there is a solution to that problem where, strong players just pick on weak players. And, I don't know what the solution is, but like you said, some game design stuff is pretty genius. So I'm sure there's somebody out there who has the solution or who could come up with the solution if they're just given the space to do that. So I'm hopeful. One of the things that I think is a good thing to try is distance. So we're getting to a point now where games can be really, really huge. And so if physical distance separates higher tier areas from lower tier areas, then you'll find, I think, ooh, another purple chest. What's up? With 30,000? With a tier 6 dungeon scroll? Heck yeah, that's what's up. So lucky. But I think if you just create some physical distance between those zones, I think Ashes of Creation is going to do that pretty well because their map is so huge that the really high tier nodes are just going to be, you know, like an hour's travel away from the lower tier nodes. And so those higher tier players aren't going to want to travel for an hour to go to a zone that already doesn't have content of their level to go pick on players who don't have anything of value to give them, right? They're out there harvesting lower tier resources. They're out there, fighting lower tier mobs. They have lower tier gear. So there's just not a ton of value in those higher tier players going and fighting those lower tier players. And so I think that in and of itself is going to be a pretty huge deal with preventing some of that griefing that can go on a lot in PvP games. So I'm hopeful that that is at least somewhat of a solution. Can't believe this dude just killed me. Oh, it's a tier 6 enemy. Okay. Although I am Reaver tier 6, so I should have gotten enough damage. But so this is the roads. This is a portal to the roads here, so it's another thing kind of like the mists. But instead of only lasting for about 10 or 15 minutes like the mists do, the roads last for hours. And so you can ultimately start to map them and kind of find your way around and use them to travel to some pretty interesting places because these portals can just appear anywhere. But then that portal is going to stay there. Ooh, that's another rare one. I actually think that I might have gotten all the chests in this area, so I might go ahead and move to this next zone. But that road, because they're fairly static, and because people can use them to travel really long distances really, really quickly across lots and lots of zones, you could travel maybe 10 or 15 zones by just going through 2 zones in the road. And so, people can make hideouts out there and all kinds of stuff. And it ends up being quite a bit of fun. It's another black zone, so it's full loot, full drop PvP, always on. There are roads that are safe where you don't drop stuff, but there aren't a ton of those. Normally the portals to those only open in safe zones. At least I think those roads are safe. You might still drop stuff in those roads. They might just come from safe zones. I don't really know. It's been a while. But the roads are really fun. And they really help with travel. So if you're a merchant and you do a lot of moving stuff, these mist areas like randomly generated. Yeah, exactly. It's not 100% randomly generated. There are things that repeat within the mists, right? They created assets to randomly add. And so you can kind of identify what some of the things are in each mist if you recognize the pattern. But yes, they are randomly generated. And there's tons of them at any given time, right? This isn't the only mist available right now. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of people running around in them. The mist is actually like the most popular content in this game right now. But especially, this is a solo area, so I can't... There are duo mists. Right now I'm in a solo mist, so you can't come in here as a party. You might get lucky and end up in the same mist as the person you wanted to team up with. And if that's so, then, you know, you could cheat and team up, but you can't actually join a party inside of these mist zones. So this is 100% solo, which is really good for a lot of players who don't want to join the big guilds, because the big guilds are pretty, they take advantage of their players a lot. You know, if you're not in the clique, then it's hard to get, you know, any sort of value out of your guild. And so you just end up making more currency and having a better time and not losing nearly as much by playing by yourself if you're not, you know, part of the in crowd. And so the mists were a really big bonus for, you know, smaller group players or solo players, because now we can come in here and do some really good end game content and not have to worry about, you know, getting ganged up on by like 20 or 30 people. Because if you go out into the black zone in the north, that big area of the map, then you're free game, right? Anybody can kill you anytime. So there will be whole guilds roaming around out there because they can put their hideouts out there, and you can actually own those territories out there as a guild. And so they take over zones and stuff, and then everybody's kill on sight. And so if you go out there, maybe you're trying to gather up some resources or something like that, their whole guild will just come out of their hideout and just nuke this snot out of you. And there's not really a ton you can do about it. You know, you can try and run away, but honestly, this game has gotten to a point where it's fairly difficult to escape, especially if you have lots of people chasing you, because people can get out ahead of you with faster mounts, and they'll dismount and wait for you to cross their path, and then they'll stun you down, and then they'll kill your mount, and then, you know, there's really nothing you can do at that point. You're pretty much just gonna die. So it's pretty rough out there for a solo. I will go out into the black zone some, because I do like the black zone. It's where you find all of the best resources and stuff like that. Although they are pretty farmed out. The resources tend to get taken a lot by those guilds who own those zones. But sometimes you can go out there and get lucky right at daily reset or something like that. Just snag up some resources. I lost my mount. Whoops. I need to be using something other than a donkey. A donkey. Ooh. So here's another interesting... This is something you can only access through the mists. And it's called the Nightfall Abbey. So this is a red zone. Oh no, this is a yellow region. So this is also non-lethal, but there is a lethal version of this as well. And the layout of Nightfall Abbey is always the same, but the enemies in it are not necessarily always the same. And so you come in here and other people are running around in here also, But there's all these groups of enemies in here. Let's see. Actually, I want to go this way because this way is usually a boss enemy. And the boss enemies have a good chance to drop good loot. So this layout is always the same, so you can learn it. But then you fight these fights, and here in the middle, you'll get like a cache, and either this cache will have a buff that is only active while you're here in Nightfall Abbey, or it'll have like a chest that you can actually open up and get stuff out of. And so the goal is to run around and clear as many of these areas as you can and get as many of these chests as you can to get the buffs and to get the items. But then there are other players running around, and so you have to be careful. And sometimes, you know, these other players might catch you while you're sitting here fighting these enemies, and then they'll try and kill you. So you have to kind of be paying attention. And I got a chest here. Nice. A blue chest, even. Very good. Worth 19k. Yeah, so you run around and you try and gather up as many of these chests as you can. And in the lethal version, right, if you kill somebody, you get all the stuff that they've gathered because it's all in their inventory. In the non-lethal version, you don't, but you can kick them out of the Abbey. If you kill them, you know, they don't get to respawn or whatever. So they get kicked out of the Abbey, and then you get to get more of the chests because you've kicked them out. And they're not also gaining chests. But Nightfall Abbey is super duper fun because there are no mounts in Nightfall Abbey. So if you're here, your pretty much only option is to fight or flee for an exit and actually just leave the Abbey, in which case you won't be able to get back in anyway. So it basically has the same effect of giving you access to more of the chests. Usually there's about 3 or 4 people in each one of these, I think. And so you're bound to run into somebody. But you've seen here, I've let myself get really low on health. And I shouldn't have let myself get that low. Because if somebody had popped in right as I was doing that, and you'll see they'll appear on the edge of your screen here. Their name tags do. And so this is one of the big bosses. And so this one's going to give me 2 chests. Or 2 potential chests. It's going to give me 2 rewards. But these are the ones you're really after. And they always appear in the same spots. So you just kind of go to the spots where you know that they appear. And you check them out. Open, and so these are those bonuses. So this activates when your health drops below 40%. Yeah, I'm not really a big rust person either. You heal yourself, so when this activates, you heal yourself by 10%, heal an additional 5% over 5 seconds. So this is a level up buff, right? So now I get a stack, and it says the amount that's healed is increased by 1 point something percent per stack. So I now have tier 2 of this buff. So when I get knocked below 40% health, I'll heal. And you can see that I've now got like a red aura around me. So anybody that I run into, any enemies, will be able to see that I've got specifically the red aura buff. There's a gold aura buff and a blue aura buff also. And so depending on what buff your enemy has, you can kind of be prepared for what type of fight you're in for. I just went down to below 40%, so I just got healed. And now I get another chest. I don't normally get this many chests. This is pretty lucky. Ooh. And lots of stuff in there. That was really good. For a green chest, that was a lot of currency. I also shouldn't use my sprint speed skill because that's primarily how you keep distance, right? I'm a kiting build, and so I should want to keep my sprint skill in case I get closed on, so I can generate a little distance and kite, but I like moving around quickly, and it doesn't really matter. Here's another one of those doubles, right? There's one chest here. There's going to be another one up over here. Ooh. Please get out of there. Please get out of there. Nope. Well, doo-doo. Now, I died to enemies, so I'm actually going to respawn. Somebody could come over and finish me off. And then I would die. And then there's also, so you see a chest just popped up in my minimap. Everybody who's in here can see that. And in 4 minutes, it becomes eligible to collect. So I'm going to try and beat this, and then I'm going to see about going over there. Because this is a non-lethal instance, you know, I don't mind going over there and maybe losing, because it'll just kick me back out into the mists. And that's where I want to be anyway. So I don't mind getting kicked. But I want to get this double reward thing here first. I like the idea of the game, but I don't like any PvP. That's the only thing. Yeah, Rust is, well, it's only PvP. So, I really like PvP. I think PvP is the most dynamic form of content you can have, because you just can't, you can't predict what a player is going to do as another player. And so it's very fun to have that sort of, you know, what's going to happen, new experience every time, even if you run into the same player. Right? They're going to react differently because they learn every time, at every encounter. And so I really like PvP gameplay for that reason. I don't like PvP gameplay primarily because I think devs do a bad job, especially in PvP MMO games, making PvP... Oh, you're talking about this one? Okay. Well, yeah, also same thing. But I think the devs tend to do a bad job of keeping things fair in PvP games, especially in MMOs, because they want... Oops, sorry, I just smacked the crap out of my mic stand. But they want players who have spent time leveling up and gearing up their characters to be able to use those levels and that gear for benefit in the PvP. And I understand the desire for what I've done with my character in PvE to affect you know, how strong I am in PvP, but it's a really negative system for the game, because it means that PvP content is gated behind being absolutely max with your build, right? So if your build isn't 100% ready, then going into PvP becomes extremely difficult. And so any content that involves PvP becomes automatically barred behind reaching max level. Okay, and that guy just ran off and left the zone, which honestly he just shouldn't have done. You know, I wasn't going to be able to... That one opens in 30 seconds. I think there's 2 chests here. So there's this chest, which is the one that everybody can see. But then there's another one, I think up around the other side over here. That is also opening. Yeah, here it is. in right now. Nice. So I'm going to get 3 chests out of here. But honestly, because that person dying didn't hurt that person at all, right? I couldn't steal any of their items. This is non-lethal. So that person really should have gone ahead and fought me. Maybe they kill me. And then they get the chests. Ooh, that one was worth 100k too. What the heck did I just get? Yo, I'm rich. Yeah, so right now I have 247k. But you can see the estimated market value of my inventory right now is 374k. Which is crazy good. Is it this that was worth so much? Oh yeah, these are worth 50k a piece. Nice. And then this is going to give me 10,000 silver each, so that's another 70k. Plus another 40k right here. I think I like PvP and Chivalry because for a change, that game is about fighting with swords instead of guns. This game is about fighting with swords instead of guns. You can use 1 sword and a shield. You can use 2 swords. You can use a spear and a shield. All kinds of stuff you can do in this game. I just want to get... Oh, so here's where the portal spawns. I still haven't gotten enough rank. I have to get up to 50k standing to actually be able to... Oh. Now something's happened and I'm moving slower. Okay, well. So in the mists, these are all exits. And they just take you back to where you first entered the mists from. So even though I've gone through a number of mist portals and gone into a bunch of different mists and then back into the Nightfall Abbey, when I leave here, I'm actually going to pop out exactly where I was in the main map again. And then I'll just be able to carry on from there. Ooh, there's another Nightfall Abbey. I gotta go though. I don't have the ability to keep carrying stuff that I need to sell. Need to repair, I need to see about maybe upgrading my equipment. All kinds of stuff. I feel like I'm having a pretty easy time gaining currency this time around. You know, I don't feel like I've been playing for all that long, and I'm already up to almost 600k in my estimated value here. Which is pretty good. Honestly, it's really good. So I'll head back over to Fort Sterling here. And I'll go sell a bunch of stuff. Buy some more fishes. Because I think I'm already... Oh no, I've got half my fishes still. We're good. I mean, it's like you're in an actual battlefield with other soldiers. You battle it out with your weapons, capturing forts. Felt like a change. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Chivalry is a very unique game. The directional combat, in that game, you actually move the mouse, right, when you attack to make, like, left and right slices and stuff like that. And it's all directional combat and directional blocking and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. The one thing I didn't like about it was that as you move your mouse around to do those directional attacks, they don't lock your camera. So what I think should happen is you should click to activate a skill or click to activate attack, and then it should lock your camera looking in the direction you're looking, and then you activate your attack, and then, you know, you move your mouse or whatever, and then the camera, after a certain amount of time, goes ahead and comes back. so that you can move it around again. Because the way they were doing it, where it didn't lock your camera, you're just constantly looking left and right and left and right. And I didn't really like that. But yes, I do like those Castle Siege games. I think they're really cool. I would like to see like a better version of one get made. But that directional combat stuff is still kind of in its infancy. You know, there aren't a ton of games using systems like that. So, you know, I'm okay with not having the absolute best version of that stuff. I do a little bit of programming and game development and stuff in my free time. I've never actually published a game or anything, but I like to get on the Unreal Engine and mess with stuff. And so I don't know if you've ever seen The King's Avatar, the Guanzi Gao show, a TV show. It's like a Chinese anime, but in that they have something called Z-Shake, which is just a movement tech where they use the mouse to dash their character around. And so I actually implemented that on a character in Unreal Engine 5, or Unreal Engine 4, sorry, back before Unreal Engine 5 came out. And the way I did it was you had to hold a key while you did it, but then there was also an accelerometer attached to it. So the change between your existing mouse position and your new mouse position in the next frame had to change by a certain value. And if it changed by that value or higher, then instead of using your mouse to change your direction, like where you were looking, it instead used your mouse to move you along the XY axis, not the Z axis. So you just stayed flat to the ground, and then you moved along your Z axis based on where your mouse moved. And so it was just like a skill, right? You just held the skill down. And then if you were just moving your mouse slowly, trying to position yourself to activate your skill, right? Because you didn't want to necessarily immediately activate it. Maybe you were holding down your button to prepare to activate it. But you would hold down your button and you could still move your mouse at a normal speed and look around. And then as soon as you accelerated your mouse really quick, your camera would lock. And then your character would dash in the direction that you were moving your mouse. And then it would drain a stamina bar. And so you could only dash as far as your stamina bar would take you. And then after a brief time, your camera would unlock. And then you could just move your mouse around normally. And if you weren't holding that dash key down, then it didn't matter how fast you moved your mouse. It would just move the camera. But as soon as you were holding that key down, it started checking for the acceleration of your mouse. And it was super cool. It was really fun. Probably the most interesting thing I've ever implemented in Unreal Engine.
Want to trade?
But stuff like that, like nobody uses the acceleration of your mouse for anything. Ever. And that's kind of sad to me. Because I think that's a really cool idea. Let's see. What are we going to do here?
Stay on it. Buying or selling?
Let's use up all of these. These all just give fame. And they give fame to whatever equipment you're wearing at this point. But this is just leveling up all the equipment that I'm currently using.
My pleasure.
And that should actually be enough that I should be in tier level 20. Yeah, it looks like I am in level 20. with all of my gear, which means I should be able to use tier 6. Oh. No, I gotta get to level 30 to use tier 6. Bummer. Okay, well I can use tier 5 or tier 4 point, whatever I want. So let's go take a look. We're actually going to look at tier 4 and 4.2 and tier 5.1. So the IP of equipment changes by 100 per tier. But also, we talked about enchanted resources earlier. You can also have enchanted equipment. And it's made with those enchanted resources. So I'm looking for my leather armor, and I go to tier 4. I have my enchantment level at tier 1. So now, if you look at this, the base item power, so the base item power is 700. The enchantment gives plus 100. And then the mastery bonus, which is my mastery bonus, gives me an extra 7. But if we look at the tier 5.0 version of that, you'll see that the base item power here is 800. So the base item power of a 5.0 is the same as the base item power of a 4.1. When I played Battlefield 1 or 5 something, there was a mission where you had to control a plane. The default controls were inverted on your mouse. I just cannot use the inverted controls. Oh yeah, no, I hate inverted controls. Inverted controls are trash. Absolutely. You gotta be allowed to change that stuff. That's a haste. Hasten your attacks, increasing your auto attack speed by 60% and all damage you deal by 20%. Ooh, that's really good actually. Wow. Wowee. Where's my 4.1 MERS? Actually, I'm already wearing a 5. I actually wanted to go 4.2. Let's see, 24k for a 4.1 or 4.2. And then let's look at 5.1 is only 23. So this is actually cheaper to buy the 5.1 instead of the 4.2. That'll give me quite a bit more item power. Ooh, Master Adventurer achieved. Nice. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and buy it. And then we want to go to cloth shoes. We were using the druid. 5.1 on the druid shoes. Costs about the same. Let's just go ahead and buy that. And then we're looking at plate helmet. And we're using the soldier helmet. 6k, definitely just buying that. For melee, we're taking a spear. The Heron spear is cheap. Oh no. The expert spear is cheaper. Okay, we're just gonna buy that. Then we're looking at offhand. Yeah, you can, but I don't know why it's inverted. By default, maybe people like, yeah, I think a lot of people do. Because, you know, if you pull a joystick back, that's how you fly up. So I think just with airplanes in general, that's kind of the accepted like how people like to do things. Ooh, nice. That's only 50k. Heck yeah, we're buying that. And I think that's everything, right? Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, buddy. So we'll want to sell all this. We're going to want to repair everything for 12k. Sell that. Sell that. All right. So we're in a pretty good spot here. We've got a ton of stuff up for sale right now for some good prices. Right, this is going to net us a huge amount. So just these two pieces together are going to be really good for us. So we've got a couple 100K in here. We've also got, 260K in our inventory. Oh, just sold those Adept Tome of Insights. Nice. Yeah, making some good currency. Oh, we need to buy a new mount too. Can I get a Swift Claw? 88K. I also really like the combat in For Honor with the different classes, each class with different fighting styles. But yeah, somebody actually made a computer vision AI that played For Honor years and years ago. It was actually really good, really cool. I actually don't want any enchantments. Oh. Do I have to have an enchantment? Okay. Sure. Let's buy this Swift Claw. And now we can move a little faster. Which I like. Now I'm riding around on a tiger. I also never played For Honor. I would like those gameplay mechanics, but I want them in like a more traditional MMO. And I think we're gonna go try and find ourselves another mist to go into. Because I really like the mists. They're a lot of fun. Especially because I don't give a rat's behind about any of the guild content in this game. Or, with joining a guild or anything like that. Just really not for me. It's too elitist. I don't want to deal with that garbage. As a general rule, I'm not particularly a fan of the content creator Swolbenji, but the stuff that he says about this game and its guild and PvP system are not wrong. He's got his finger on the pulse pretty good there. Unless you're going to be one of the top dogs in a guild, it is more harm than benefit to join one. And the politics are just absolute garbage. What's my average item power now? Ooh, 834. I'm so strong. I don't even realize. I'll kill everybody. Oops. I forgot to equip the skills I chose. Stupid me. Dum 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 dum. Okay, we're good now. And I need to eat a fishy. Ooh, this is actually going to be a pretty close fight. Thought it was. Darn. I fucked that up a little bit. I should have won that fight. I let the fight get started when I was too close. And then I waited too long to hit my run. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say I should have won that fight. I should say I could have won that fight. But I did make some pretty major mistakes. I definitely am not going to beat this person. This is all tier 8 gear here. But he's got 1500 power. 7 million in value. Gross. What's the estimated value of my equipment? 226k? No way. It's got to be my mount. Cranking up the value there. for sure could have won that fight, though. I mean, the difference in our item powers was only, like, not even 10. Maybe a little above 10. But it was barely double digits. So it was definitely a possibility to win that fight. $2,800 hit points. That person's also way higher than me. 1,300. Yeah. I'm gonna fight a. I'm at 834. Okay, so that 900 person was about 150 above me. Not. And for some reason, I thought I was at 900 and something. So that makes me feel a little bit better. Still should have beat him though. I'm definitely not going to beat somebody who's 500 ahead of me. I mean, that's 1.5 times, over 1.5 times my item power. Never going to happen. That's one of the things that if you're going to play a game like this, you have to be more than willing to do, is run away. There are fights that you just can't win. Sometimes it's because the items that the enemy is using, specifically counter your items. Sometimes it's because their item power is too high. There's a ton of different things that can go into that. But in any PvP game, even fairly balanced PvP games, yeah, have fun. Don't work too hard. It's important to have a clean home. Not that my home is particularly clean, but it's still important. Oh no, I got turned into an ice cube. Where's my chest at? Was it over here where this dude was at? It is over here where this dude was at. Really? Did I not quite hit it there? Ridiculous. Hey, it's a blue chest. I like them blue chests. With 8K in it. What's up? What's up? Too much good stuff. I sold my spear. And it looks like this zone is coming to an end. I just need to go find me another wisp. As it gets to this point, where there's only 5 minutes left, a bunch of more wisps actually spawn. So if you want to look, this is the best time to look for the rare wisps, or the uncommon wisps, or the epic wisps, or the legendary wisps. Then you just kind of run around when there's a ton of wisps running around. Depth's Heron Spear, Mental something. Alright. Where are we at? In our Brycilian. Banding. 13 out of 50k. Gross. We're going to be doing this for a minute. That's fine. Let's go ahead and use up all these. Right, because we're just trying to get our mastery up as much as we possibly can right now. There's just no reason in not using those. I kind of like the build that we're running. I like the ice shoes. I like the healing chest. I think it's a good mix of PvP and PvE potential. So I think we just keep rocking it. The soldier helmet will help us defend against what is probably one of our most difficult types of enemies to fight, which is PvP players with really bursty builds. Let's see. Ooh, this person's right around me. About 200 above me. I think I'm gonna go ahead and fight him. It's definitely possible to take somebody out who's 200 ahead of you. Aw, darn. Got me right as I use my dash there. Got him. Nice. I need to get out of this fight right now. There we go. I can start regenning, so I can go fight this person. Oh, okay. Well, that's fun. Too much healing. Almost got him, though. Almost got him. I actually want to go see what that person's power is. 1124? Ooh. Are they still chasing me around? Weird. That's 300 more than me, though. That's crazy. I feel pretty good about that fight. Fighting somebody who was so much stronger than I was. Definitely not fighting that person. Oh, and they just killed... Did they kill the same person I just killed? Oh, that person got killed by PvE. Not killed by me. Okay, well, we're going to go to a different area. There's people with too high of power. People that I can't kill because I can't kill them fast enough for their heals. See, I want to fight this person. This person's only 100 ahead of me. Let's go fight, dude. This person wants to be friends, and I just want to kill them. Oop, I hear fighting going on over here. Come back over here and fight me. Bummer. Okay, well that's fine. I'm not gonna go harass them a whole bunch and keep driving them away. They obviously don't want to fight. And while I could push the issue and literally just follow them around until they left or fought me, that's kind of a dick move. And I don't want to do that. Okay, not fighting this person. My goodness. Why are there so many, like, super strong people here? I am so confused. Ooh. Check it out. We got the Abbey here. That's great. I'm very excited about that. I love Nightfall Abbey. Easily one of the best bits of content added to this game. Oops. I don't have access to my skills right now. I'm gonna get killed if I fight that. Also, it doesn't look like there's a boss there. Where is the nearest boss? I think there should be one right over this way. I'm looking for those places where there's either two things to get, or sometimes they have big chests. There should be one in this corner. I'm missing it. Ooh, that sucks. I got scorpioned. that it? That is it. Alright, fantastic. Level 25 mastered. I'm a quarter of the way there. It's not half bad. Bummer. How am I only level 13 on the mercenary jacket? That don't make no sense. Oh, okay. I'm 25 on leather armor. Only 13 on the individual pieces. That makes sense. I was a little worried there for a minute. This will change, so I still get the +3, but it now changes from the blue sword that I had to the red rose now. So now I get healing at 40% hit points. Instead of, I think the blue one makes you, like, huge and gives you a burst of HP or something. I did have 2 eggs in my kitchen, so I made quick scrambled eggs and stuffed inside a piece of bread. Nice. Oh shoot. I got myself trapped in a corner there. It's real bad. Dang. Yo, that person had 5,700 hit points. 1,380. Nothing like some scrambled eggs stuffed inside a piece of bread. That's good stuff. I really had a chance in that last fight, even though that person was so much higher than me. I feel like I really had a shot. They took a huge amount of damage as they were chasing me through stuff. If I had not gotten myself so damaged as well, I really might have been able to get them there. But I also ran through a bunch of stuff and took too much damage. Which was unfortunate. Gonna try to watch a movie and or something, try and fall asleep. I'll lurk around. Thanks a lot, Quiz. Thanks for being so active in the chat. You've made this stream much more fun than it would have been if nobody had come and talked to me. So thank you. Ooh, chest. Ooh, purple chest. Yo! Who's lucky? Lucky 92k. What is up? I'll come back in a bit if I don't fall asleep, which is the most probable outcome. You know, sometimes you just gotta make yourself go to sleep. Just lay down until you fall asleep. If it's been 2 days since you've gotten any sort of good sleep, just go lay down. For as long as it takes. Yeah, I understand that. Sometimes the floor is comfortable. I prefer the ground outside. But, you know, it's weird to sleep around or sleep on the ground outside your house. I tell you what, if I start having trouble sleeping, go on a camping trip. We'll spend a couple of days out in the woods. Good to go. 1400 power. I'm gonna go fight this 1400. No, I'm not. This is a terrible idea. They'll kick the crap out of me. Not even close. Get you, nerd. Need to eat me another fish. Except every time I mount, I have to wait 5 seconds and I keep doing it. Because I'm an idiot. Ooh, another purple chest. Oh no, this one's blue. It was just a rare. But 100k worth of stuff. My goodness. I'm making so much currency. Goodness gracious. So overloaded. Run away. Leave me alone. We looking level 27 on these? Nice. 3 more levels, and I'll be good to go. And I can wear tier 6 gear. I don't know if I'll actually upgrade to the tier 6 gear. Technically, because I'm in 5.1 gear, I'm kind of in tier 6 gear already. Ultimately, though, I just need to get to tier 8 Reaver. Because once I get to tier 8 Reaver, I can consider doing some tier 8 dungeons out in the Black Zone. And hopefully that will make me quite a bit more currency and level up my tier 5, my fame, my gear faster. Although it's possible that I won't be able to beat the tier 8 dungeons at the current item power that I'm at. And I don't want to increase item power by spending. So that's kind of the trap you fall into early on in this game. Is, you know, once you get to tier 8 Reaver, you want to go fight tier 8 enemies. And so the thing that you want to do is you want to increase your item power just by buying item power, because you can. You know, I'm about to be able to buy tier 6 gear, and the tier 6 gear is so much more expensive, and then I can go all the way up to like, you know, 6.3 or 6.4. And if I buy 6.3 or 6.4 gear, then that's equivalent of, you know, like an 8.2. And so when I do that, I feel a lot stronger, I am a lot stronger, but my strength per value, per cost, is much less, right? Because I could be at that 8.2 from, you know, say a 4.4 if I had all of my bonuses, all of my IP, you know, or even maybe from like a 4.1 or a 4.2. So then if I end up going up to an 8, then I'm even stronger than that. So when you're playing early on, when you don't have the fame required to max out, because what you have to do is you have to go in, right? You can't just say, I'm going to play, mercenary jacket, shield, and spear. And you can't just go in and say, I'm going to play, I'm going to play the regular spear, and then just tier this up to 100. Because you have to remember that you get a plus 0.2 bonus to item power for all spears. But that's true of every spear. So you get 100 levels, a 0.2 bonus, you get plus 20 item power per spear that you level up to 100. And then, so later, I guess you do these first three, right? These are just the normal ones. They give plus 2. The rest of these only give plus 0.1. So you're only getting an extra 10. Oh wow, this one only gives plus 0.03. So you're only getting an extra 3 item power from this one. But as they're adding more and more weapons, they're slowly reducing. But so you really need to get your base at least, right? Because if you get these two, that's an extra 40 IP. And then you have 1, 2, 3 more, 4 more that are 10. Right, so that's 70 IP plus 3, that's 73 IP. You can almost get a whole nother tier of power by leveling up everything. And that's really important. That's how you go from losing your 8.5 or your 8.4 gear or your 8.2 gear or whatever 8 point whatever gear you're in to gaining that gear from somebody else. So you have to identify, what exactly am I going to use? What's going to be my build? And, a lot of people level up that build and they think, oh, okay, I'm done. I have a build. Now I can start working on a new build. What's the next weapon type that I want to try? And you're not done. You have to tier up everything for each of those specific items. And so the grind for this game is much longer than it looks. Because it seems like, I'm going to grind for 2 days, and then I'm going to be maxed out on these items. But really, I'm going to grind for like 2 weeks before I max this out, especially because this is my first set, and I don't have an already really high tier set to go grind, because once you get to level 100, you can get combat fame credits, and you can spend those credits along with currency to level up anything you want. So once I max out this set, I'm not going to max out the other ones by using those items. I'm going to max out the other ones by going and killing stuff in a really high level with my good gear. And then I'm just going to spend currency to level up everything else. Combat fame credits. And so that'll make that process much, much faster for me. Nice. We sold something already for a lot? Nope, just 2K. But we are up to 370,000 gold. We've got a couple 100,000 at least in here for sale, which is great. And we've got a couple 100,000 on our character, so we're almost to our first mil. Overall value, which is pretty good. We're just going to keep going and grinding out some Brazilian so we can get our access to that city. But first I actually have to reset my NVIDIA GeForce Now session. So if y'all excuse me, I'm going to turn you on a black screen just for a second here. Then I'm going to close this application out. I'm going to re-log in. Then I'm going to go use the restroom while it's logging in. And then I'll bring you all back. All right. So that's logging back in. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. I just had to reset my NVIDIA GeForce Now Quizza. I was going to use the restroom. Oof, there it is. So I had to put you all on a black screen so you don't get all my Steam details and stuff. Alright, time to go find us another wisp. Ooh, faction PvP is going hard over here. Hilarious. There's a wisp. That's exactly right. Entered gang territory. That's not true. The factions don't really operate like gangs. Factions operate more like communities. The gangs are the guilds. When you go out into a zone that's owned by a guild, that's when it feels like you've stepped into a part of town that you're not welcome in. And they come at you hard. They weren't even all that much stronger than me either. That's too bad. Oh. Some pretty serious lag there. Probably Yakuza. I want to see, so Brighter Shores comes out tomorrow. And that's the new RuneScape. One of the one of the founders of RuneScape made a new MMORPG that's got the same kind of isometric style as RuneScape and kind of a similar gameplay loop. So I'm going to try it, see if I like it. And if I do, then I may stream some of that. I don't know exactly when it comes out, though. It may come out at midnight tonight. If it comes out at midnight tonight, I might just do a second stream at midnight and play it. It's going to be free to play with a optional monthly subscription. So we're going to see about that. I think it's a little slower paced. Some of the systems are supposed to be pretty intricate. I haven't read a ton of information on it, but I am interested in it. So we'll see. We're kind of in a bouncing around stage right now, honestly, because I just don't know what I want to play. None of the MMOs out right now are really scratching that itch for me. And so I think Albion is probably top of my list right now. And so if Brighter Shores doesn't show me something, then I'll probably be sticking to Albion for a little while. Alright, cool. See you later, Quizza. Have a good day. Thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping me entertained. Well, that person's way higher tier than me. Oh no, they're only 1100. I maybe could win that fight. I still haven't unlocked it yet? Really? I'm 2 points off? Are you freaking kidding me? What a joke. Just any enemy. That'd be great. I was having a really hard time getting mounted just then. All right. Moving right along. Was about to go back down before I realized that that was where we saw that stone down there. It's not actually a fortress that we need to complete. Darn. Wish I had enough to open up that portal. I really need to get to Briselion. Not that it has any real special value to be there, but just being able to go there is nice. Very convenient. Nope, that person's way stronger than me. 1500 black. So 5.0 is base 8. You get leave me alone, buttface. You get, I don't know, another 50, maybe 100 for having excellent gear. Or outstanding gear, whatever the top tier of quality is. Plus you get almost 200 for maxing, or almost 300 for maxing out all your equipment. So that's 400 on top of, well, call it 350 on top of your 800 from base tier 5, puts you at 11. So to be at 1500, even maxed out, you'd have to be at 6.2, 7.1, or 8.0. Or 5.3. I think. There are likely some other ways to increase your item power. Sorry, item power that I'm not thinking of. When you look in here, I've got my mastery bonus, my mastery modifier, and the enchantment. And then I think one of these is, yeah, good quality, so it's plus 20. Just all about getting as many items of the same category as possible up. I can fight this person. Do you in the same tier as me? Let's go, buddy. Darn. We were like super close. We could have had a really good fight. Look at us. He was 830 something. I'm 810. Come fight me. You suck. Ooh. Purple chest. Really? 5K from a purple chest? Is that where we're at now? Is it necessary to ruin my day like that? I think I pretty much feel comfortable fighting anybody from about 1050 item power down. I'm not likely going to win all of those fights, but I think, you know, a little over 200. I'm at low 800, so going up, you know, 200 to 250 is kind of acceptable. And I'll, of course, fight anybody below me. But it is pretty hard to find people of such a low item power. Because most people, I mean, if you have plus 100 spec, then you get plus 200. And your tier 4.1 is base 7 or 800. Feta Mola. What's up? Thanks for the follow over on Twitch. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Really appreciate the follow on Twitch. Are you a big Albion player, or just checking it out, or? $1,300? Jeez, Oh, that person's 1,500. Yep, we're leaving. Walking away. I'm fighting people that are almost double my IP. This is a brand new character. I just started it today. We've only been playing it for about 6 hours. There is no way that I'm going to be able to fight those folks. Just not a thing. I couldn't even get 1,500 item power if I wasted all of my gold or all my silver and bought highest tier equipment I possibly could, because I can only wear like tier 6 equipment right now. Not even. Yeah, we'll just go into another mist. Who cares? Great thing about doing these non-lethal mists is that I don't feel bad for just leaving stuff, you know? Of course, I shouldn't even in the lethal mists, but for some reason when I'm in there, I feel like I gotta get everything, or I'm being a wuss. Probably why I die all the time. Okay, but seriously, just any one of these fortresses would be great. Just need some fortresses. Need to get that Brazilian standing. Still in neutral, we're at 1,800. Oh my gosh, we're not even halfway there. What is this, some kind of a joke? Funny joke? All about just constantly keeping yourself moving. Even against enemy players, if you just move between every attack, sometimes they'll fumble where they're attacking on. And leave you an opportunity to get him. Ooh, that guy's 1200, but he's kind of down. Fighting some enemies up. I didn't get around to him, right? I can get up there, though. No. I got too much health back. That's too bad. Probably not going to win a fight against a person with 400 more IP than me. I mean, I guess if they're bad, might. They'd have to be pretty bad, because I'm not exactly good. Bah. The enemies in this game die ridiculously. They make the dumbest sounds. Oof. I heard some fighting going on. We made it out. It's so hard to try and click people so I can see their powers. Was that dude only 1183? Would it be worth it to me to go fight that person? We got him. He just called me a noob. Why would you call me a noob? That's so mean. I killed you. You're the noob. Right. I think I already ran through this whole area. Let's go to another mist. Let's go find some more people to fight. Because I'm honestly kind of enjoying some PvP right now. We've got to fight some people that are within 200 or 300 of our power. And we've found them in fairly disadvantageous positions. Which has been good for us. Those people probably both could have taken us if they hadn't been in the middle of fighting when I found them. Definitely not fighting that 1583 though. Not even for a minute. Ooh. The Abbey. I love the Abbey. The Abbey is such good content. Ooh, nice. Right here next to one of the big spots where you can potentially get a big chest. Need to have another fishy so I can regen my health better between fights. Nice. Now we get our chests, or whatever. Our rewards. What are you doing? Giving you your reward. Your eternal reward. Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to start popping out chests. Instead of just giving me these silly little buffs. Like, I like the buffs. They're great. Give me some chests. I very much prefer my little hit of dopamine for getting items and stuff. The buffs that might make me live longer and fight better. Oop. Somebody's already gotten this one. I wonder which way they went. I would normally go this way because there's another good spot right over here to get a chest. I wonder if they would do the same. Or if they took any of these branches off of here. They're not taking out any of the other stuff, so it's hard to follow them that way. Ooh, I'm Grandmaster Reaver now. What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up, what's up? I actually think I need to keep going. it's this way. Hey, you, what you gonna do? Hey, you, what you gonna do? Oop. 1,400? Are you kidding me? I can't fight a person who's 1,400. That sucks. I understand that people want to go to the non-lethals to escape, you know, the 2,400 IP people who are just running around stomping people in the lethals, running around in all 8.4 gear with infinite money, just kicking everybody's butt. I get it. That's not fun. But do you have to come down into the non-lethals and make it so that I can't fight people? We really need IP capped mists. And I know that there's a lot of people who are like, just ret. Just wait until they're low, and then go kill them, and then you'll make a bajillion gold. But no, you won't. That's not a thing. Yo, where's the fortresses? Ooh. Big glowy red dude. And suddenly a bunch of lag. Must be a person around me. Bye-bye. Can you two go ahead and fight? Weenie, 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 wee. Wee. Yeah, that person's at 1500 G's. Not fighting that either. So many people at such high IP. Makes me so sad. I think I need to go to a new mist. I think I've pretty much looked everywhere here. Maybe I haven't looked up there. I don't even remember. Only level 17. Gross. We have such a long way to go. Need to start fighting in some higher tier areas. Where's my Reaver at? I'm at tier 7. Still got a long way to go to get to tier 8. I could probably go out. I can get tier 6 gear. So I could get maybe like some 6.1. Which would bring me up another 100. Which would put me a little over 900. Get a Thetford cape. And then go try and do some tier 7 dungeons. Although it seems to me like the dungeons have gotten a little stronger. So honestly, in tier 6.1, I might not be able to beat tier 7 dungeons without having some spec. I really just don't know. It used to be easy enough to do in tier 4.1. But I feel like they've gotten harder since the last time I played. Maybe I'm just bad. That person's only 1,000. I'll fight them if they come in here. Yeah, it's on. What is this person using? A bow? Okay, so I need to stay close to them because they're gonna kite harder than I am. What do we gotta be? Oh my gosh. Is that 1500? That is a 1500. Bet you the two of us could take this dude down though. Don't leave. Help me kill this person. What do we got here? A 1300? Come on, y'all. I don't want to fight this 1500 by myself. Get off your mounts, you bunch of wimps. Oh, really? You're gonna come for the kill? What a pansy. Wow. What a wimp, dude. What a wimp. Must feel terrible. They have to live every day and they be that much of a wuss. Must just be awful.
Honest prices.
Alright, let's get rid of all this stuff. I'm just gonna sell these straight up. I don't feel like trying to sell them for sell orders. We got 500k. I really don't. I really don't want to go do Tier 7 dungeons in the Black Zone. But I kind of feel like I need to. Because that'll just be way better aim. But I also kind of feel like I want to tier up my gear a little here.
Got
I'm not worried about using the Swift Claw. I just need a regular horse. That's the other thing I need to check on here is when is Brighter Shores releasing. This game is set to unlock in approximately 8 hours. So 8 hours from 7, 5, so it'll be 3 o'clock in the morning. Or maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. It might be midnight Pacific. I don't know. Somewhere between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Darn. I don't know if I want to stay awake for that. But I kind of want to launch. You know? I love MMO launches. First couple of minutes, get in there, be crazy. Probably gonna stay up for it. Talk to my older brother, see if he wants to stay up for it too. We could have some good times. Running around doing stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess we need to go ahead and upgrade. We'll get 5.2 or 6.1.
Don't be shy.
That's not true. We're gonna try it out first. So the first thing we want to do is we want to get a new mount. We're just gonna get a regular old horse of tier 3. Buy that bad boy. And then we want to get Solo Dungeon. We want to get that in tier 7. We're going to buy one of thems.
My pleasure.
And then we're going to go drop a bunch of stuff off. I got exactly how many catfish I normally want. I probably should get some potions or some poisons. Bring out my horse. Definitely need to snag up some potions or some poisons. Wow. There's a thing for riding a horse, huh? Nice. Nice.
Welcome, friend.
Consumables, potion, all tiers. What's the highest tier healing potion here? Major healing at tier 6. How much do these things cost? Ooh, those are expensive. And then what about poisons? Highest tier poison is tier 8. Those are super expensive. Do I normally use minor poisons? What do these do? 350 true damage. 875 true damage versus mobs. Almost 1,000 damage. That's pretty good. And slow them. Interesting. Might be worth it. Instead of potions, I think poisons. We'll go tier 6 poison. Bye. We'll get 5 of them. Be flush right now. Why not, you know? Buy 30 equipment items from the marketplace. Claim that. Okay. So let's go see if I can clear this tier 7 without leveling up anymore. Ooh, my tier 4 Aegis that I sold. That's nice. It kept me nice and above 500k even though I bought some stuff just now. I like that. The other thing here is this gives you those points for the PvP track, which I really like. We're gonna use this bad boy and see what happens. Alright, it wants us to go bottom left here. So the way this works when you do these is, number one, you always want to get your invisibility. Number two, when you get in there, you gotta wait. What is it, 90 seconds? I think it's 90 seconds. Make sure that nobody else comes in after you and murks you. Because after 90 seconds, the portal closes. At least that's how it was the last time I played this game. It is possible that the rules have changed. But if you stay in here, and right when you get in, you hit log out. In order to log out in a PvP zone, you have to wait 300 seconds. So you can just wait for the 90. In this, let it do the countdown for you. The big important thing here, though, is this right here. So I only have a couple more seconds before I get my buff when I transfer areas. And the reason that's important is that if somebody comes in before that buff is down, then when I leave, if they have a partner that's outside, their partner will be able to just nuke me down before I can get my horse up. But now that I don't have that debuff where I can't get the bubble, when I leave, I'll get the bubble. And then I'll be able to mount up before their teammate can kill me. And then I'll just be able to ride straight back into town. So that's how you make this mostly as safe as possible. Is, you know, you wait for this to leave, so now nobody can come in after me. So I'm not going to get caught out, you know, super deep down in here. And not be able to escape. And because I came in super quick when I still had my debuff and when I left the city, it means I didn't have to wait nearly as long for my bubble to turn off, or for my debuff for the bubble to turn off. So there was much less time. You know, there were only 10 or 15 seconds in there where a person could have come in, and if they had an ally outside, they could have really effed me. And so if that happens, if you have that debuff where you can't leave with your bubble yet, your best option is to take off into the dungeon. Try and draw the ally into the dungeon to chase you, and then try and do like a turnaround. And then get back to the exit when your bubble ends. But whatever you do, you don't attack the enemies unless you actually think you might be able to beat them. Because if you attack the enemies, then you can't leave. So you have to be careful about not hitting them with AoEs when you use your dash moves, and stuff like that. And then you just take off. But there's only a very brief amount of time where you can actually be interrupted and killed while you're doing these out here. Now, there are groups that specifically come out, usually duos or trios. They specifically come out into the Black Zone and they look for people's dungeons. And they go in and they try and kill people who are doing dungeons. And that's just like their whole thing. Especially during prime times, it becomes more and more dangerous to do dungeons. Which I guess honestly right now is kind of NA prime time. But, yeah, you just gotta be careful and know your risks and know your escape strategies and know your skills. Know your item power. So if somebody comes in, you know, you get a second. They can't just start attacking you. Well, I mean, I guess they can, but you'll see them for a second as they're loading in. And so you can click on them and, you know, take a look at their item power. If their item power is right near yours, you know, they're probably playing a gank build. So their build is very much designed for PvP. And yours probably isn't. But if you think you have a shot, you know, it's fun to PvP. Ooh, whoops. I forgot that green crap on the ground was going to kill me. Stupid. But if you think you have a shot, you know, give it the old college try. And then fight them. But do know that they are likely going to be in a team. So it's not just that one person you're probably going to have to fight. People don't usually dive dungeons by themselves. Man, being on a brand new character in here sucks. I am so weak. Please let me move. No? Okay. I'm gonna keep letting that dude do that to me. It's been so long since I played this game. I've forgotten everything. Like a noob. Well, we get the scorpion dude, right? They definitely made these harder. Or maybe I'm just used to being down here with 100 spec. And so I'm just naturally a lot stronger usually. Whatever it is, I don't like it. I don't like it one teeny tiny little bit. Oops. Alright, I might have to step it up to some higher tier gear. Highest I can get is 6'3" right now. I mean, I guess I could go 6'4", but that would be pretty stupid. And honestly, it's probably not worth it to try and buy 6'3" either. I do use items that are fairly cheap usually. This Aegis, I guess, isn't. But not a ton of people use the items that I'm using for the higher end stuff. They shouldn't be terribly expensive. Really? Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be able to beat this, though. Well, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to change the skill. This will kind of be the test right here. See if I can kill this boss. If I can, then maybe I can continue. If I can't, I might just have to give up on this dungeon and either spend the currency and risk the currency to run higher level gear, or just keep running around in either lower tier dungeons or the non-lethal mists. Okay, I'm gonna need you to come back over here this way a little. Come on. My goodness. And that was only a blue chest? Really? Boo. It's okay, I guess I already made back more than I spent on this run. Just in that chest, so that's fine. And I'm definitely gaining way more fame this way. Way more fame. So it's probably worth it to go ahead and do this way. And it might be worth it to go ahead and try and get some 6.1 or 6.2 gear. Just for the sake of maxing out the speed that I can clear these zones in. Because obviously I'm not even going to be able to clear this one. My gear's going to break. Because I keep dying. If I was better, I probably wouldn't die. It certainly seems like it's totally doable with the gear that I'm wearing. You know, I'm kind of poopy at this game. I'm old, it happens. Right, I forgot that eating fish leveled up your fisherman skill. Whatever, I'm gonna kill this dude. He's killed me too many times, he's gotta go. You can just leave this, right? I really want to be able to maybe contest some of those in the future. Those treasure chests. I think that whole concept is really cool.
Have a look.
Okay, so what's it gonna take? I want to get 6.2 gear. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're not getting 6.2 gear. What about 6.1? If it stays at about 100k apiece, I can buy one set of 6.1 gear. But that's only bringing me up 100 IP. And that's probably not enough to make sure that I can get through those tier 7s smoothly. And that would be pretty much all of my currency at this point.
Go on. I am.
So it's probably not worth it. I should probably just continue on with the tier 5s. Because honestly, in this 5.1 gear, I can probably do the tier 5s pretty easily. Or go back into Brasilia, or go back into the Mists. And do those. Honestly, I could buy the 6.1 gear and then do tier 5 dungeons and not risk the gear by doing the lower tier stuff here. And that would just increase the speed that I could do it at. That's probably a good idea. Honestly, the only thing I really need to do there is worry about my weapon. So let's actually just look at my spear. And let's look at doing tier 6.3 is way too expensive. Almost a mil. But I can definitely buy a 6.2 spear, and that'll bring me up 200 on the weapon, which will drastically increase my damage. I think I'm probably going to do that. Let's go ahead and buy that.
Come again.
Like that. And leeching. And then we'll sell this 5.1. And then we'll just sell these. Don't really care about the price. Don't really care what I'm making.
Made a profit?
Just throw some currency at it, you know? We'll get our Swift Claw back out. That'll give us the ability to move just a little bit faster. Just some minor optimizations. To help us go quickly here. Then we're actually going to go ahead and probably buy some more catfish. And then we'll just run these tier 5s in this nice safe zone with my 6.2 weapon. My 900 average power.
Don't be shy.
Consumable fish for 7. What's with the bluefin tuna? What do these do? Health regeneration for 30 minutes. Hold on a second. Do these do the same as the catfish? They do the same as the catfish. Sweet. Well, those were cheaper. I'm down for that. Down for saving a little currency. And then let's just go nuke down some of these. I mean, I won't nuke them down. But we'll at least get going a little faster here. Earn some extra fame. Good to go. There's probably a path early game where you just follow some of these like PvE activities. I haven't done a tier 4 yet. Am I in a tier 4 zone? Oh, that's a tier 5 zone, okay. just doing some of these and getting some of this extra fame stuff. Finish an enchanted solo dungeon without using a map. And get 50k silver. Roaming mobs. Defeat 12 tier 3 roaming mobs. Get some silver. So there's probably a path in there somewhere where if you knew exactly what was coming, you could probably just follow those journals and end up in a really good spot with a ton of fame and stuff like that. Might go back and try and catch that up to me a little bit. I'm just so used to grinding it out this way, doing the dungeons and stuff, that I didn't really think to maybe just follow what the journal says. Oh yeah, that's much better. Much better. We're gonna cruise right through these. I really am a big fan of these solo dungeons. I'm a little sad that some of their value has been nerfed. Maybe that's why they're harder now. Because it's possible they've brought the value back up. I don't really keep up with Albion Online while I'm not playing it. So I don't actually know what's gone on as far as updates and stuff in the past 4 or 5 months. I played the first few months when the Europe servers dropped, and I actually played over on the Europe servers. And had quite a bit of fun over there. But Once Human came out, and I was really, really enjoying Once Human, so I sort of stopped playing. But now I'm back over on the NA with the Americas server. It's not just NA, it's also South America. But so I'm back over on the Americas server and playing there. And things are looking a little different. They had just dropped this journal when I quit playing before. I hadn't really explored it much. I imagine there's probably a good guide out for using the journal for your early game leveling and stuff. But I haven't really looked, so I don't really know what it is. But I'm just going to keep cruising through these, earning up my fame. Maybe one day I'll think about trying to level up or trying to join a guild or something. Probably won't happen. If I do join a guild, it'll almost surely be a Rhodes guild and not a Black Zone guild. Because the big Black Zone guilds kind of annoy me. They're a little too elitist and I don't want to deal with it. So, if anything, I'll just go to a roads guild or something like that and have some fun out in the roads. Or maybe I'll just try and find a person or two that I can consistently go duo with. And maybe do like some duo mists or something. There's a lot of duo mist content and stuff on the internet though. Because it's so easy to not get stream sniped when you're doing that. You know, a lot of content creators, especially when they're streaming, have started really relying on the mists for their content. And while it's super fun, I mean, the mist is great. There's lots of PvP action out there. And it does make for some really good content. You know, there's a lot more to Albion Online than just the mists. Almost went and got myself killed there. Whoopsie. Don't know if there was another path over here. I want to go see. There is another path over here. Because that path was so much more difficult to find, this is probably, yeah, just another side boss. Which is great. Nice. Plenty of currency pouches. I like that you get a lot of currency pouches, but I also feel like those currency pouches really inhibit the way the market works. And I feel like I've started getting more and more of them. And, you know, the more currency pouches you get and the less items you get, the less items get pulled out of the black market. And maybe there were too many items getting pulled out of the black market before, and that's why they reduced and started giving currency pouches for a lot of stuff, so that black market prices weren't getting out of control. Maybe they were just too much before, I don't know. But, and I mean, it's been a few years since some of those changes happened. I think I would rather get items than currency pouches. I'd rather just pick up currency off the ground, you know? That would make there be less currency overall in the game, and a lot more of it would be getting used on buying items, and trading and selling items. And so you'd be losing a lot more of it to taxes, and I feel like that would just really help the economy stay more stable instead of inflating all the time. But, I mean, I'm just some random dude who likes to play video games, so... Not like I know what I'm talking about. Oh, look. New cape. I like getting free new capes. I honestly should grab a Thetford cape so that I can use its zappy move to kill some enemies a little better. Those guys are such nerds. I hate them. Alright, boss dude. Let's go. Oop, dead. Nice. And another blue chest. Hey, with 56k. With a master's pike. Is that where most of that's coming from? It is. Nice. Good deal. Gonna run that back to the base real quick. Pop another one of these dungeons here. Let's see, what are we looking at? 18 here. 34 here. Gross. This is gonna take a hot minute. Of course, getting up to your first 100 spec really always just takes a while. But hey, we're up to 19 now. Almost up to 20. Almost a fifth of the way there. And you just can't do anything else until you at least get your primary weapon up to 100. You just have to keep focusing on it. Or you will end up in a terrible situation. You'll go out, you'll try and do, some full loot PvP, and you'll just keep losing gear and keep losing gear, and you'll be fighting people that are the same gear type as you. Right? You'll go out, and you'll find some 4.1 rats, and they'll be all maxed out, and they'll have, 1100 something IP, and you'll still be rocking your 700 IP. And it'll just be getting dumpstered on, and you won't know why. It's because your gear isn't leveled up.
See you later.
Honestly, I think that's about our 8 hours today. I guess it's closer to 7. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going. But not like I'm gonna do anything else but play anyway. Yeah, whatever. Let's just keep going. I was gonna stop the stream, but F it. Ain't no point. If I'm gonna be sitting here playing anyway, might as well be streaming. Running through the dungeons, killing all the enemies. Oop. You're all dead. I'm really looking forward to feeling strong enough to go out into the Avalon roads and do some stuff out there. I haven't really spent very much time out there. Honestly, I think the roads are probably some of the best content in this game, the mists and the roads both, because they really limit the overall size of the groups that can engage you out there. And that just makes for extremely fun gameplay. People like me who don't play with huge groups of people. Being able to blow these enemies up with all these fire barrels is pretty fun. I like that they added that in. Or that that's a thing. Environmental stuff is always pretty entertaining from a player perspective. It's great for your character to be strong, but it's also great for your character not to have to only rely on their strength. It feels good to be able to say, oh, well, this is a way that even a weak character could defeat this enemy. And then to get to do that, instead of just only being able to beat things by being physically stronger than they are. Hey, level 5. Well, that's level 5 with the specialization on the shield, isn't it? Why is my shield leveling so much faster? Does it take less for the offhands to level? That's crazy. Also awesome. Means I'll be able to level up all the shields really quick. And I really like that. Makes that a very strong part of my build. Chop, chop, chop. Fuck that up pretty good. Gee. Hey, and another 13k. We've made some pretty decent currency today. Doing pretty low-level content. It's been great. But I think that probably is where I'm going to go ahead and end it. I'm pretty tired all of a sudden. I'm kind of almost dozing off over here. So thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks everybody who watched. I'm going to be back in around about 8 hours because Brighter Shores is launching. We are definitely getting on that right at launch. The more I think about it, the more excited I am for it. So we're going to be playing some Brighter Shores here in a little while. I'm going to go through and make a thumbnail and, well, I can't schedule the stream because if I schedule the stream, then it fucks up. I don't know what I'll do about that. Oh look, cheap views. Who needs cheap views? Add to block list. Bye bye. Dum dum. Yeah, but we're gonna be back as soon as Brighter Shores launches, which should be sometime in the next 7 to 8-ish hours. And yeah. So thanks everybody who came. Thanks for everybody who followed or subscribed over on YouTube or Twitch. And I hope you all have a great day. We'll see you in the next stream.